All right, hey Flo here, getting ready for morning Bible reading. Wasn't really planning to get out today necessarily, but then I realized. So I was super tired from yesterday because I was up kind of from the previous night, more or less. Got up like ridiculously early. That was basically like previous night anyway. So because of that, when I got home from yesterday's adventure, I was crazy tired and went to bed like, I don't know, around 8 p.m. or something like that, really early. Might have been 10, I don't know, but for me that was early, and so woke up pretty early this morning as a consequence, I guess. I don't think I even got nearly 8 hours or anything of sleep, but I feel okay for now. I'm sure I'll get tired later today, but yeah, for now I'm okay. Let me check this here. Anyway, I'm gonna do some stuff. There's some stuff I need to do today, but I can't do it till later, so I just figured I may as well come out here since I can't do that stuff right now. Basically, I need to do some work outside, but it'll be I can't disturb the neighbors early, so I have to like wait till kind of later in the day, like probably 10 o'clock in the morning or something. Might just wait till noon or so, or whatever. Anyway, till a little bit later, so I have a little bit of time to do some reading. I don't know how that sunrise-ish stuff looks. I think the sunrise technically already happened, but it's just coming up over those clouds. Might look better that way, I guess. I don't know. Guess I'll go with that camera, or that lens. All right, so I took an allergy pill late last night. Took another one this morning because of the weird timing. Hope I didn't overdo it, but it was really bad yesterday on that hike. There was a massive thunderstorm that rolled in last year in the afternoon. Like right as I left, the clouds are rolling in. I don't know if it actually had a thunderstorm where I was hiking or not. Everybody that I saw coming up the trail as I was coming down, I said, "Hey, don't, or be careful. I think there's a thunderstorm coming." The thunderstorm was definitely in the area where at my house or whatever. There was quite a storm, but I don't know. Sometimes these mountains do weird stuff to the clouds. In fact, they always do. And I don't fully understand the weather patterns because I haven't really studied them. I have some interest in that stuff just for my own personal purposes, as far as like being able to predict, weather patterns for my hiking and outdoor stuff. But I don't really have any scientific curiosity in studying meteorology or anything like that. But anyway, but yeah, like the mountains kind of the mountains and the lakes and the sea, all that dictates the weather completely. So yeah, it's like the clouds often stop at the mountains, and that's why you get all the snow on the mountains. And anyway, blah blah blah. But yeah, I sort of wish I would have known what happened there, because I could have stayed there. I could have stayed longer. Hey, Star. I could have stayed later Oh, there's mosquitoes here. I was worried about that. I am completely out of insect repellent. I mean, I have like just a tiny bit left in my bottle that's not even enough to cover at all, but hopefully it's not too bad. Anyway, I wish I would have known what happened up there, because maybe it would have been fine. Like maybe it like stopped below the mountain and didn't go up and storm on the mountain. But I'm kind of guessing that it probably did on the mountain, but I don't know. Anyway, so I only got to read one chapter from that reading. It was supposed to be Exodus 12 to 14, and or Exodus 12 to part of 15, and then Matthew 9. So I'm going to start where I left off this morning. Make sure I look good in the camera. I don't know, it's probably fine. Hopefully I don't get too many mosquito bites while I'm out here. Oh, there's the sun all of a sudden. It's like no sun, and then there it is. Dear Father, thank you for what felt like good sleep, even though I don't think it was enough hours, but I feel rested this morning after yesterday's adventures. I hope everyone kept safe out in the storm, got shelter before it started going crazy. Pray that you'd bless this morning, help me to read clearly, and please transform my heart so that I can better do your will each day. I don't feel like a failure most of the time. Don't know what I'm supposed to do, but keep reading, keep feeding my spirit with your truth. I pray that others who drop by will be blessed by the reading and by the beauty of nature. Thank you for the PDX crusade I just heard about last night that happened in Portland. I didn't even know about that, but some big Christian thing in the stadium. I pray that I know people were impressed there by your spirit and by the gospel. I pray that it wouldn't just be a one-time spectacle, but those who were impacted by it would continue to seek you outside of the big event, and that the efforts of those who put that on would be rewarded. And yeah, thank you for all these things in Jesus' name, man. All right. That was a fast sunrise. It's because the sunrise already happened and it was just hiding behind those thick clouds over there. Exodus chapter 13. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Consecrate to me every firstborn male. The firstborn from every womb among the Israelites belongs to me, both of man and beast." So Moses told the people, "Remember this day, the day you came out of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. For the Lord brought you out of it by the strength of his hand, and nothing leavened shall be eaten. Today in the month of Abib you are leaving, and when the Lord brings you into the land of the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Hivites, and Jebusites, the land he swore to your fathers that he would give you, a land flowing with milk and honey, you shall keep this service in this month. For 7 days you are to eat unleavened bread, and on the seventh day there shall be a feast to the Lord. Unleavened bread shall be eaten during those 7 days. Nothing leavened may be found among you. nor shall leaven be found anywhere within your borders. And on that day you are to explain to your son, this is because of what the Lord did for me when I came out of Egypt. It shall be a sign for you and your hand. It shall be a sign for you and on your hand, and a reminder on your forehead, that the law of the Lord is to be on your lips. For with a mighty hand the Lord brought you out of Egypt. Therefore you shall keep this statute at the appointed time, year after year. And after the Lord brings you into the land of the Canaanites, and gives it to you, as he swore to you and your fathers, you are to present to the Lord the firstborn male of every womb. All the firstborn males of your livestock belong to the Lord. You must redeem every firstborn donkey with a lamb, and if you do not redeem it, you are to break its neck. And every firstborn of your sons you must redeem. In the future, when your son asks you, what does this mean? You are to tell him, with a mighty hand the Lord brought us out of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. And when Pharaoh stubbornly refused to let us go, the Lord killed every firstborn in the land of Egypt, both of man and beast. This is why I sacrifice to the Lord the firstborn male of every womb, but I redeem all the firstborn of my sons. So it shall serve as a sign on your hand and a symbol on your forehead, for with a mighty hand the Lord brought us out of Egypt. When Pharaoh let the people go, God did not lead them along the road through the land of the Philistines, though it was shorter. For God said, if the people face war, they might change their minds and return to Egypt. So God led the people around by the way of the wilderness toward the Red Sea, and the Israelites left the land of Egypt arrayed for battle. Moses took the bones of Joseph with him, because Joseph had made the sons of Israel swear a solemn oath when he said, God will surely attend to you, and then you must carry my bones with you from this place. They set out from Succoth and camped at Etham on the edge of the wilderness. And the Lord went before them in a pillar of cloud to guide their way by day, and in a pillar of fire to give them light by night, so that they could travel by day or night. Neither the pillar of cloud by day nor the pillar of fire by night left its place before the people. Right. Got some monster mosquitoes here. Huge, gigantic beasts. Definitely easy to spot, though. Not going to be sneaking up on me. Might just be this one. I do have a little bit of repellent over here. I don't know if it's going to go very far. I actually ordered some online last night, but it won't get here for a while. I wish I could get the deal of the century that I got with the stuff that I have now, because I don't know what kind of store it was. I mean, I don't know what the exact store was. I think it was either Walmart or Dick's Sporting Goods or something years ago. It was like just at the right time, their seasonal shift. That's like the best time to buy stuff. Like if you want Christmas stuff, don't buy it before Christmas, buy it after Christmas when they're getting rid of it. And it goes the same for anything, whether it's outdoor gear, don't buy it like in the spring, but buy it like late summer or fall. I don't know exactly when, but there's like this magical time when they're getting rid of everything. You can get stuff for really cheap. And that's what I was able to do some years ago. And I think I want to say I got these things. I've had these for years because I bought I should have bought every single one they had, to be honest. Like, even if they had 100, I should have bought all of them because I think they were like maybe 75 cents or a dollar or something. And they're so expensive now. I think those are like $5 or $6 at least. Like I think I saw on Amazon two for 11 or something like that. Which isn't outrageous, but I go through them really fast. I feel like they only last a handful of applications because there's so little in those bottles. It's really annoying. I like the Picard and stuff. I definitely don't use DEET anymore. I hate DEET. I haven't used it for years. The Picard and stuff, I would say, works just great. I mean, as far as I know, as good as DEET. I don't live in the jungle, so I don't have to test the absolute limits of it, but yeah, that's all I have. I knew it was going out, but I didn't know it was quite that low. Just one little tiny spray and it's gone. So that's all I had, except I do have some, I have some of the cream kind, I think. I'm not sure if it's here with me, but I have some back at where I live. It doesn't look like I have it in here. That's unfortunate. I don't know. It's kind of useless though because you can't spread the cream style on your clothes very easily. I actually have a big old bottle of permethrin, I think it's called. I can't remember exactly how to say it, but I've never tried that stuff. I don't know how effective it is, but you're supposed to be able to spray your clothes with it and it survives several washings, so you don't have to like treat your clothes like all the time. But anyway, I've never actually tried it. I should get that stuff out, give it a chance. Anyway, I'm kind of screwed today as far as if the mosquitoes get to me, then I have no protection. Except my one forearm on the left. My left forearm should be fine. Half of my left forearm. All right. Oops. Oh no, I'm okay. I was thinking I forgot my microphone on my jacket because I had it clipped to my jacket, but I did actually remember to take it off. I was like, oh no, nobody will be able to hear what I'm saying. Not that I was saying anything important, but definitely want it to work for the Bible readings. One of these days, I want to capture some of that morning mist that happens. I see it every time I come out early like this. I've driven through it even, and a couple times I've thought, oh, I should just stop and do a reading in that morning mist. But this morning I was kind of in a rush to get up here before the sunrise, so I didn't stop, but I could have. But one of these days, like the best, absolute, most amazing is when it's hovering over like a lake, like a mountain lake, and some streams and rivers get it too, as long as they're not flowing too fast. I don't have access to a place like that that's close. I would have to like drive. I'd have to like do a backpacking trip probably to get to a mountain lake where I could see some of that. And if I was out there, there'd be no signal whatsoever, so I wouldn't be able to do the Bible reading. But I kind of want to maybe get some of that missed in one of the readings just for something different. Be cool. Exodus chapter 14. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Tell the Israelites to turn back and encamp before Pahahiroth, between Migdal and the sea. You are to encamp by the sea directly opposite Baal-zephon. For Pharaoh will say of the Israelites, 'They are wandering the land in confusion. The wilderness has boxed them in.' And I will harden Pharaoh's heart so that he will pursue them. But I will gain honor by means of Pharaoh and all his army, and the Egyptians will know that I am the Lord." So this is what the Israelites did. When the king of Egypt was told that the people had fled, Pharaoh and his officials changed their minds about them and said, "What have we done? We have released Israel from serving us." So Pharaoh prepared his chariot and took his army with him. He took 600 of the best chariots and all the other chariots of Egypt, with officers over all of them. And the Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, so that he pursued the Israelites, who were marching out defiantly. The Egyptians, all Pharaoh's horses and chariots, horsemen and troops, pursued the Israelites and overtook them as they camped by the sea near Pi-hahiroth, opposite Baal-zephon. As Pharaoh approached, the Israelites looked up and saw the Egyptians marching after them, and they were terrified and cried out to the Lord. They said to Moses, "Was it because there were no graves in Egypt that you brought us into the wilderness to die? What have you done to us by bringing us out of Egypt? Did we not say to you in Egypt, 'Leave us alone so that we may serve the Egyptians'? For it would have been better for us to serve the Egyptians than to die in the wilderness." But Moses told the people, "Do not be afraid. Stand firm, and you will see the Lord's salvation, which he will accomplish for you today. For the Egyptians you see today, you will never see again. The Lord will fight for you. You need only be still." Then the Lord said to Moses, "Why are you crying out to me? Tell the Israelites to go forward. And as for you, lift up your staff and stretch out your hand over the sea and divide it, so that the Israelites can go through the sea on dry ground. And I will harden the hearts of the Egyptians, so that they will go in after them. Then I will gain honor by means of Pharaoh and all his army and chariots and horsemen. The Egyptians will know that I am the Lord when I am honored through Pharaoh, his chariots, and his horsemen." And the angel of God, who had gone before the camp of Israel, withdrew and went behind them. The pillar of cloud also moved from before them and stood behind them, so that it came between the camps of Egypt and Israel. The cloud was there in the darkness, but it lit up the night. So all night long neither camp went near the other. Then Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and all that night the Lord drove back the sea with a strong east wind that turned it into dry land. So the waters were divided. And the Israelites went through the sea on dry ground, with walls of water on their right and on their left. And the Egyptians chased after them, all Pharaoh's horses, chariots, and horsemen, and followed them into the sea. At morning watch, however, the Lord looked down on the army of the Egyptians from the pillar of fire and cloud, and he threw their camp into confusion. He caused their chariot wheels to wobble so that they had difficulty driving. "Let us flee from the Israelites," said the Egyptians, "for the Lord is fighting for them against Egypt." Then the Lord said to Moses, "Stretch out your hand over the sea so that the waters may flow back over the Egyptians and their chariots and horsemen." So Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and at daybreak the sea returned to its normal state. As the Egyptians were retreating, the Lord swept them into the sea. The waters flowed back and covered the chariots and horsemen, the entire army of Pharaoh that had chased the Israelites into the sea. Not one of them survived. But the Israelites had walked through the sea on dry ground, with walls of water on their right and on their left. That day the Lord saved Israel from the hand of the Egyptians, and Israel saw the Egyptians dead on the shore. When Israel saw the great power that the Lord had exercised over the Egyptians, the people feared the Lord and believed in him and in his servant Moses. Oh, man. Oh. Got something in my eye, I think. Oh, starting to feel a little bit tired or something. I don't think I got enough sleep, but I felt like really refreshed, like when I woke up this morning at like 3 o'clock. I couldn't sleep anymore, so I just got up. But I think I'll probably get tired again. Might have to take a nap this afternoon or something. But there is a big project I'm hoping to work on today. And I've had to wait another week. Like, I keep getting delayed for silly reasons, but this last week it was because of all the crazy thunderstorms every single day. I'm gonna lay some concrete, and need it to have a chance to cure properly without getting a bunch of extra water on it. And I don't have a way to fully secure it from, fully cover it from getting water. So I just decided to wait till this week, and hopefully, last time I checked, it's not supposed to be more storms. So I can probably start on that project now, finally. All right, just half of Exodus 15 for some reason. Hey, Tanish, I don't know. Yeah, it's a nice spot. I'm reading the Bible this morning, like I have been. This year I'm trying to get through the whole thing. I'm kind of obsessed with it right now. Like, um, if I could, if I could somehow get out every single morning, I would probably just do one reading each day. But because I know that's not going to always be the case, I'm trying to do it incessantly or a lot more lately, because I think there's going to be time periods where I can't get out, either due to smoke and wildfires or getting busy with stuff. And so, since I'm not currently in that scenario, I want to take advantage of the clean air. Exodus chapter 15. Then Moses and the Israelites sang this song to the Lord. I will sing to the Lord, for he is highly exalted. The horse and rider he has thrown into the sea. The Lord is my strength and my song, and he has become my salvation. He is my God, and I will praise him, my father's God, and I will exalt him. The Lord is a warrior, the Lord is his name. Pharaoh's chariots and army he has cast into the sea. The finest of his officers are drowned in the Red Sea. The depths have covered them. They sank there like a stone. Your right hand, O Lord, is majestic in power. Your right hand, O Lord, has shattered the enemy. You overthrew your adversaries by your great majesty. You unleashed your burning wrath. It consumed them like stubble. At the blast of your nostrils, the waters piled up. Like a wall, the currents stood firm. The depths congealed in the heart of the sea. The enemy declared, I will pursue, I will overtake. I will divide the spoils. I will gorge myself on them. I will draw my sword, my hand will destroy them. But you blew with your breath, and the sea covered them. They sank like lead in the mighty waters. Who among the gods is like you, O Lord? Who is like you, majestic in holiness, revered with praises, performing wonders? You stretched out your right hand, and the earth swallowed them up. With loving devotions, you will lead the people you have redeemed. With your strength, you will guide them to your holy dwelling. The nations will hear and tremble. Anguish will grip the dwellers of Philistia. Then the chiefs of Edom will be dismayed. Trembling will seize the leaders of Moab. Those who dwell in Canaan will melt away, and terror and dread will fall on them. By the power of your arm, they will be as still as a stone until your people pass by, O Lord, until the people you have bought pass by. You will bring them in and plant them on the mountain of your inheritance, the place, O Lord, you have prepared for your dwelling, the sanctuary, O Lord, your hands have established. The Lord will reign forever and ever. For when Pharaoh's horses, chariots, and horsemen went into the sea, the Lord brought the waters of the sea back over them. But the Israelites walked through the sea on dry ground. Then Miriam the prophetess, Aaron's sister, took a tambourine in her hand, and all the women followed her with tambourines and dancing. And Miriam sang back to them, Sing to the Lord, for he is highly exalted. The horse and rider he has thrown into the sea. Hey, XCOM, that's just because God hasn't revealed himself to you. He has to me, and once God reveals himself to you, um, there's nothing that can convince you otherwise. But I understand where you're coming from, because if you can't see something, you don't believe it. I'm assuming is what you're talking about. You only believe in science and things that you understand with your ears and eyes, but I follow my heart and my mind, which are owned by Jesus Christ and always will be. But yeah, there's plenty of evidence. I'm not very good at debates and stuff, but there's massive evidence for God in creation. If you're looking for it, it's out there. But unfortunately, I'm not an apologist, so I can't convince anybody. It's something that God has to do himself in each heart. Now, of course, I hope that for you as well someday. This life is kind of a temporary passing thing. We only have 70 to 100 years, and then we're gone. So it's kind of a chance to get to know God and to believe and to do what pleases Him, and that's what that's what I choose my life to be about. All right, let's see. But yeah, I don't condemn people who don't believe or have opposing arguments or whatever. It's because it's the natural way to be, because when we're born, we don't know of God. It's through the experiences of life and really His blessing and grace that He brings us into the knowledge of Him. But by default, just as humans, we're born into a sin nature, and we don't know of God, or we actually can't seek God on our own. Like, we don't have it in ourselves to do it. Scripture talks about that. So it's really his grace. And I think that's why those who follow him should take it very much more seriously to pray for their friends and family around them, because each person that we come in contact with, we can pray for and ask that God would reveal himself to them, because otherwise, you know, God is going to do what he's going to do. He has, the people in mind before creation who he will save and all that stuff. But I think even though we live in temporary time, just in our limited perspective, the things that we can do, the things that we are told to do by him make a difference too. And that also calculates into his eternal perspective. So even though it's all a work of him, he chooses to use us in his plan of salvation. And so I'm not very super faithful in praying, but I do try to pray for people around me, especially people that he lays on my heart. I have some really good friends that I pray for often, that they would come to know the Lord. And I think each person has people in their life. Maybe they're annoying to them. Like, a person that doesn't believe in God, they probably have someone in their life, some friend or classmate or something that is a Christian or whatever. And they try to share their faith with them. And maybe they don't like that, but someday they'll wish they had listened. It is a temporary thing what we have here, the chance to come to know the Lord. And I just hope that people will. The world that we live in today is full of deception. Like, the whole science thing of just only believe what you see is taken over. Unfortunately, it wasn't like that some generations ago, but the atheists have kind of, a very small pocket of people have influenced the entire world with their persuasion. So basically, everyone's taught that way, and that's why they believe that way. But it isn't logical. It actually really isn't. It's just, if all the schools that you go to and all the entertainment like Disney and, um, all the media companies are atheistic and try to teach people that you shouldn't believe, then you really have no choice, because everything that you're exposed to is teaching you one way. And it actually takes somewhat of a rebellious, think for yourself kind of attitude to look past it and see the truth beyond what you're taught. But it is unfortunate, because those few people that are in control of the whole world, producing, the educational system, the media, controlling the media, all of the um, entertainment, everything, they kind of have one message that they're spewing out there. And so people who just aren't able to think for themselves just believe what they're told. And unfortunately, a whole generation is lost. um, except for those, there's always a remnant. The Lord is always faithful to be speaking and working. But yeah, Western civilization is a sad place to be. It's kind of overrun by that message. Matthew chapter 9. Jesus got into a boat, crossed over, and came to his own town. Just then some men brought to him a paralytic lying on a mat. When Jesus saw their faith, he said to the paralytic, "Take courage, son, your sins are forgiven." On seeing this, some of the scribes said to themselves, "This man is blaspheming." But Jesus knew what they were thinking and said, "Why do you harbor evil in your hearts? Which is easier, to say, your sins are forgiven, or to say, get up and walk? But so that you may know that the Son of Man has authority on earth to forgive sins. Then he said to the paralytic, get up, pick up your mat, and go home. And the man got up and went home. When the crowds saw this, they were filled with awe and glorified God, who had given such authority to men. As Jesus went on from there, he saw a man named Matthew sitting at the tax booth. Follow me, he told him. And Matthew got up and followed him. Later, as Jesus was dining at Matthew's house, many tax collectors and sinners came and ate with him and his disciples. When the Pharisees saw this, they asked his disciples, why does your teacher eat with tax collectors and sinners? On hearing this, Jesus said, it is not the healthy who need a doctor, but the sick. But go and learn what this means. I desire mercy, not sacrifice, for I have not come to call the righteous, but sinners. At that time, John's disciples came to Jesus and asked, why is it that we and the Pharisees fast so often, but your disciples do not fast? Jesus replied, how can the guests of the bridegroom mourn while he is with them? But the time will come when the bridegroom will be taken from them. Then they will fast. No one sews a patch of unshrunk cloth on an old garment, for the patch will pull away from the garment, and a worse tear will result. Neither do men pour new wine into old wineskins. If they do, the skins will burst, the wine will spill, and the wineskins will be ruined. Instead, they pour new wine into new wineskins, and both are preserved. While Jesus was saying these things, a synagogue leader came and knelt before him. My daughter has just died, he said, but come and place your hand on her, and she will live. So Jesus got up and went with him, along with his disciples. Suddenly, a woman who had suffered from bleeding for 12 years came up behind him and touched the fringe of his cloak. She said to herself, if only I touch his cloak, I will be healed. Jesus turned and saw her. Take courage, daughter, he said. Your faith has healed you. And the woman was cured from that very hour. When Jesus entered the house of the synagogue leader, he saw the flute players and the noisy crowd. Go away, he told them. The girl is not dead, but asleep. And they laughed at him. After the crowd had been put outside, Jesus went in and took the girl by the hand, and she got up. And the news about this spread throughout that region. As Jesus went on from there, 2 blind men followed him, crying out, have mercy on us, Son of David. After Jesus had entered the house, the blind men came to him. Do you believe that I am able to do this? He asked. Yes, Lord, they answered. Then he touched their eyes and said, according to your faith, will it be done to you? And their eyes were opened. Jesus warned them sternly, see that no one finds out about this. But they went out and spread the news about him throughout the land. As they were leaving, a demon-possessed man who was mute was brought to Jesus. And when the demon had been driven out, the man began to speak. The crowds were amazed and said, nothing like this has ever been seen in Israel. But the Pharisees said, it is by the prince of demons that he drives out demons. Jesus went through all the towns and villages, teaching in their synagogues, preaching the gospel of the kingdom, and healing every disease and sickness. When he saw the crowds, he was moved with compassion for them because they were harassed and helpless, like sheep without a shepherd. Then he said to his disciples, the harvest is plentiful, but the workers are few. Ask the Lord of the harvest, therefore, to send out workers into his harvest. Yeah, unfortunately, even people who only see with their eyes and hear with their ears and see and feel what they touch, and that's all they believe in, um, even those kind of people will not believe if they see the dead raised. And it was proven in Jesus's time. So people like some people in response to something that I might say today would go into their silence of their privacy and say, "Okay, I'll give this one shot. God, if you are real, make this pot in my room, levitate or fall over, and then I'll believe." But to be honest, uh, typically people who have been trained in atheism will just say, "Oh, it was just coincidence," Oh well, So, and even if they get what they're asking for, it typically doesn't make a difference. So it's a hardness of heart, and it's really just something that God has to work on throughout somebody's life. Usually, it ends up coming, unfortunately, through difficulties because all of us, including myself, especially myself, have hard hearts, and we don't want to believe um, because the consequence of believing in God is that you think, oh, the things that I like to do, the things that, I think are important in life, I'm pretty sure he won't want me to do anymore. And that's, if you actually look inside your heart and your mind, that is the number one reason that most people don't want to believe in God is because they think, oh, well, I won't be able to do this anymore. Um, it's really all about a selfish thing because I think people understand what sin is. They may not have researched it or read the Bible or whatever, but they know that there are things that are actually right and wrong. That's what we have a law for. You could just throw away the law and allow everything, but I think even then we would know by our conscience that there is absolute truth and what's right and wrong, and that points us to the moral dilemma of if we choose to do what is wrong, then is there a consequence or not? And we would like to believe that there's no consequence and that it doesn't make any difference, because that would make us happy. We could do whatever evil things we want without consequence, and yet there always is. Even if there were no law, there's always a consequence to our actions. And the belief in God or the realization that He exists points us to our sin and our lack of perfection. And we don't like that. So it's easier just to kind of paint ourselves in a reality where he doesn't exist so that we can do whatever we want. But unfortunately, when we live that way, um, there's pain and sorrow and consequences that come from that. There's also, sin is rewarding in some ways. Like you can get away with it sometimes, and can feel like you're cheating the system or whatever. But in the end, all of us will have to face God and make an account for what we've done and what we believed while we were on earth. That's just something, I mean, I can promise that to everybody with 100% certainty, but it's not provable. Like I can't prove it to you. The only way to prove it is to, die and see what happens, and none of us want that. But I do believe that all of us will face him someday and we will have to give an account for what we've done in this life. This death is not the end of the story. It doesn't have to be. If it is, then, if all we have is this life, then yeah, just do whatever, There is no consequence and there's no morality and there's no eternity if that's what you believe, but I don't believe that way. Let's see. I might see if I can get a different angle here. I've actually been here recently on stream. The reason I came back here is because I actually left some stuff, I think. So I'm gonna go look for it maybe after I'm done streaming. I left the bag for this thing somewhere. It could still be in my possession somewhere, and I just haven't looked well enough. But I think I might have left it up here. If I did, either somebody might have grabbed it, or it's probably very dirty by now with all the storms that have been going on. But as long as it's still intact, I can just wash it off and be as good as new, hopefully. But it's no big, huge loss. I usually just stuff this thing in my backpack, so it's not like I need a bag for it. But there's times when I kind of want to carry it around separately from my bag, like if my bag's really full and it's really not practical to carry if I don't have the little bag that it came with. I might, even if I did lose it, I'll probably like see if I can order something online or find something at a thrift store or whatever to throw it in. But there's a nice angle over here, except there's one tree kind of in the way, but I might see if I can do a second reading looking this way, because it's pretty cool over there. Problem is it's not flat over here, so I'm not sure I can set up my chair. It's quite steep. Yeah, the whole predestination thing, it's one of those contentious subjects that nobody really likes it. I don't like it either that much, but I trust in God. But it's just weird, I don't really understand, the fact that he chose people before they were born, before they had done good or evil. Um, so it's a difficult teaching. 100% admit that, but he does. That's just the way he works. And unfortunately, not everyone will be saved. But I still pray for everyone. I pray for the people that seem the least possible to be saved, because sometimes those are the ones that he likes to save the most. And in fact, like sometimes it's people like me, the religious ones, that um, seem to have more faith, or whatever you want to call it. Those are the ones that are like maybe not going to make it, because you look at the example of Jesus when he was on earth. The people that were against him the most were the Pharisees, the scribes, and Sadducees, teachers of the law, people that should have accepted him immediately. They had the very scriptures that talked about him from the very beginning, and yet they rejected him. And yet, the people that followed him were just regular, everyday people, often very sinful people. So God's, like he just said in that chapter we just read, he came not for the righteous, but for the sinners. He came for the sick, not the well. So consider yourself fortunate if if you've had a rough life. You're poor, you have lots of sin that you can't overcome, you got habits. You know what? God is seeking you. I think he might seek you more than he might seek someone like me. Um, at the same time, I don't have like a super rough dynamic testimony of a terrible past, but I've been through a lot of crap too, and I don't actually pray myself out of the crap. In other words, I don't want like a comfortable life, wealthy, everything going well, because I know that if I was in that situation, because of the weakness that's in my own heart, I know myself well enough. I've been writing in a journal since I was 16 years old. I know how weak I am. Anybody in chat, anybody that's watching this video, I can personally guarantee you that I am weaker than you. 100%. That is fact. That's not just self-loathing or something. It's because I know myself and I know that I am weaker than you, far, far weaker. The only reason that I continue to uh, be crazy about the Lord is because I know that if I just stop for a moment, just a moment, I will fall away because I'm so weak. I'm so weak. I desperately need the Lord. Um, but at the same time, I don't want comfort and things to go well. Even though it would be easier, life would be much more pleasant. I don't want to fall away from the Lord. I do that. He is my precious treasure. There is nothing more important. I would give everything for Him. Um, I don't care if I have to be single for the rest of my life. I don't care if I have some debilitating disease. I don't care what he puts in my way that's going to be difficult. I'd rather choose that and have Him than choose a life of comfort without Him. I can 100% confirm that. Absolutely. Hey, Boomer, how's it going? And Penny. All right, so I'm going to try to get this second angle over here. There is this little spot where there's like looks like there's a old stump that got burnt out from the fire, so I might be able to set my chair there and be flat enough to be sitting fine and dandy like sour candy. Is that how you're doing? Did I ask how you were doing? I probably did. I often do. It's like one of those mechanical things, like, oh, it's pathetic. It's sad, the English language in our culture. Like, we just say, "Hey, how's it going?" "Oh, I'm doing good. How are you?" "I'm fine." And then it's just like, it's tradition, but then we don't even really pay attention sometimes. So if you asked me that, or if I asked you that, I probably forgot. Just as a moron, I did the standard greeting. All right, so I'm gonna come over here, get this other angle. Let's see what it looks like low. I think this will be too low because then I'll have these things in the front. Kind of cool for foreground elements, but that's a little bit too much. So let me get up a little bit higher. I'll grab my Chatmobile in a second here. It's over there on the chair. It's funny you say you made it as if like, oh, I made it in time for this great show. Oh man, I'm glad. It's like I feel sorry for you that you made it. I'm just kidding, sort of. All right. Let's see. That's crazy how low this is when I angle those things. That's a little bit much. Actually, the only thing I have to offer is the scripture reading. I don't feel sorry for people getting to hear the words of the Lord, but as far as me, I feel like I have nothing to offer as a streamer. I do it, but I feel like my streams are pretty lame and boring. All right, that should be good. Oops. Why is it still turning? I have like 3 knobs on my tripod, and to this day, one of them, I don't even know what it does, but sometimes I see. My whole thing was loose. The 1/4" 20 on the bottom of it was loose, so the whole thing was spinning. I actually don't really like this tripod that much. Bought it some years ago. It has some cool features, but all right, got some no background noise this time, so sorry about that. But I'm actually close to some business. It makes a bunch of noise, so I wasn't sure if they'd be operating, but apparently so. Yo, ooh, Stream Hub World. Don't actually want to know how you're doing. It's basically how it is, though. I mean, I hate it because I mean, I actually do want to know, but I think when I say it, it's more of the mechanical thing, you know. Um, like I genuinely do care about people, but when I say, "Hey, how's it going?" At that moment, I'm not really expressing true care. I mean, you know what I mean? Like most people, when they say that, they don't really want to hear the answer. In my truest innermost being, if I break out of that pattern for a moment, I do care, like I really do. But in when I'm saying that, it's like it's not really a true expression of care, unfortunately. Just being honest. Um, Now, if I'm actually in a relationship or friendship with somebody, and I like stop them for a moment and say, hey, you know, let's this is a real question, not just the stupid. How's it going? Like I'll ask people like, how are you doing? Really, you know, like they'll just give me the easy answer. Pulling down some fresh music for my digital music recording at the moment. Then I need to get serious about work. How are you today? I'm doing good. I think, as far as I know. Right now, I'm okay. Yeah, there's like this huge machinery down below. I guess you do me a if you could do me a favor and tell me how loud and obnoxious is that. I know it's loud, but I might go in spite of it. And this will just be kind of a abnormal reading. As long as it doesn't overpower me entirely, that's fine. Yes, it's not ideal. I think if I would have come here yesterday, it probably wouldn't have been going. I can't hear the machinery really. Okay. I'm surprised because it's super loud. But I trust your answer. Anyway, I'll just go in spite of it. It is what it is. Let's see. I want to make sure one more time that angle looks okay. Actually, I also need to check if the Bible's on the right side. Oh, yeah, actually, the right side is correct. Okay. Let's see. Oops. Hopefully that didn't completely kill the stream. I don't understand why, but the bitrate drops whenever I change lenses on my cell phone. Like it drops to like 0. So I don't know if that means the stream cuts out or it just kind of has a temporary black frame or something like that. Anyway. Okay, so I need to figure out what the next reading is and get going. I should get a drink though because my throat is a little bit crummy. And so far, I haven't seen any more of those huge mosquitoes. That might have just been that one. All right. Yeah, it's coming alive down there. It's a bunch of big machines. Okay, where was I? Just did that one. So we got. No, I can't even read this. Paper is very worn. I think this is the one I was using last year. So I'm gonna have to check my actual PDF on my phone because I can't even read that piece of paper anymore. I don't even know if I have that on this phone. Let's see it. Let me see if I have it on Google Drive. Surprised I didn't at least download it here. It's weird. There it is. All right, so we're still on week 7. Got, okay. These are random divisions. I mean, they're not, there's actually a reason for these divisions, but they're just kind of, they look random. Got some half chapters here. I'll eventually get this. It's a little bit imperfect on my app here. When I have weird, oops, that's not right. Let's see. I have half chapters, it kind of messes it up. All right. Wait, now I hear the beeping. Yeah, I would expect so. I'm surprised you didn't hear it before. Well, that was like a big horn, like a huge truck, you know, with one of those mega horns. But this will just be the weird stream with loud noises, I guess. I'll have to remember that, not come here during the week, I guess. All right, is that right? 1522 to 7. I just put that random 50 in there. It's not even how many verses it has. Let's see, Exodus 15. Let's get it right. 27. Okay, that's a short bit. I should fix this so that it allows me to do partial chapters a little bit more efficiently. Okay. Oh, there we go. All right. Oop, that's not going to work. Ooh. I guess that'll work. All right, so we got another reading. see if I can get through this whole one. Might not. I think this will be kind of a short one because we got two partial chapters, unless chapter 16 is super long. Matthew 10 looks a little long, but it's not too bad anyway. And I don't want too long of a reading here because I think it's going to be a lot of noisy distractions, but oh well. All right, so we're going to be reading Exodus 15:22 to 17:16 and Matthew chapter 10. Exodus chapter 15, starting in verse 22. Then Moses led Israel from the Red Sea, and they went out into the desert of Shur. For 3 days they walked in the desert without finding water. And when they came to Marah, they could not drink the water there because it was bitter. That is why it was called Marah. So the people grumbled against Moses, saying, "What are we to drink?" And Moses cried out to the Lord, and the Lord showed him a log. And when he cast it into the waters, they were sweetened. There the Lord made for them a statute and an ordinance, and there he tested them, saying, "If you will listen carefully to the voice of the Lord your God, and do what is right in his eyes, and pay attention to his commands, and keep all his statutes, then I will not bring on you any of the diseases I inflicted on the Egyptians, for I am the Lord who heals you." Then they came to Elim, where there were 12 springs of water and 70 palm trees, and they camped there by the waters. It's kind of funny that they actually counted the palm trees. It's a funny detail to include. Oftentimes, in the Bible, when they include stuff like that, there's some kind of numerological significance to it. But it may, I mean, I don't know that for sure. In this case, it might just be completely random, but it's interesting anyway. We can, if you close your eyes, you can pretend you're in a McDonald's. All those beeping remind me of the crazy beeping they have in McDonald's with their fry timers and all the other stuff. It sounds very similar to that. Exodus chapter 16. On the 15th day of the month, I'm going to start over. I said I can't say 15th very well, apparently, and then I skipped a word, so let's just start over. Exodus chapter 16. On the 15th day of the second month, after they had left the land of Egypt, the whole congregation of Israel set out from Elim and came to the desert of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai. And there in the desert they all grumbled against Moses and Aaron. "If only we had died by the Lord's hand in the land of Egypt," they said. "There we sat by pots of meat and ate our fill of bread. But you have brought us into this desert to starve this whole assembly to death." Then the Lord said to Moses, "Behold, I will rain down bread from heaven for you. Each day the people are to go out and gather enough for that day. In this way I will test whether or not they will follow my instructions. Then on the 6th day, when they prepare what they bring in, it will be twice as much as they gather on the other days. So Moses and Aaron said to all the Israelites, "This evening you will know that it was the Lord who brought you out of the land of Egypt. And in the morning you will see the Lord's glory, because he has heard your grumbling against him. For who are we that you should grumble against us?" And Moses added, "The Lord will give you meat to eat this evening and bread to fill you in the morning, for he has heard your grumbling against him. Who are we? Your grumblings are not against us, but against the Lord." Then Moses said to Aaron, "Tell the whole congregation of Israel, 'Come before the Lord, for he has heard your grumbling.'" And as Aaron was speaking to the whole congregation of Israel, they looked toward the desert, and there in the cloud the glory of the Lord appeared. Then the Lord said to Moses, "I have heard the grumbling of the Israelites. Tell them, at twilight you will eat meat, and in the morning you will be filled with bread. Then you will know that I am the Lord your God." That evening quail came and covered the camp, and in the morning there was a layer of dew around the camp. When the layer of dew had evaporated, there were thin flakes on the desert floor, as fine as frost on the ground. When the Israelites saw it, they asked one another, "What is it?" For they did not know what it was. So Moses told them, "It is the bread that the Lord has given you to eat. This is what the Lord has commanded. Each one is to gather as much as he needs. You may take an omer for each person in your tent." So the Israelites did this. Some gathered more and some less. When they measured it by the omer, he who gathered much had no excess, and he who gathered little had no shortfall. Each one gathered as much as he needed to eat. Then Moses said to them, "No one may keep any of it until morning." But they did not listen to Moses. Some people left part of it until morning, and it became infested with maggots and began to smell. So Moses was angry with them. Every morning each one gathered as much as was needed, and when the sun grew hot, it melted away. On the sixth day, they gathered twice as much food, 2 omers per person, and all the leaders of the congregation came and reported this to Moses. He told them, "This is what the Lord has said. Tomorrow is to be a day of complete rest, a holy Sabbath to the Lord. So bake what you want to bake and boil what you want to boil. Then set aside whatever remains and keep it until morning." So they set it aside until morning as Moses had commanded, and it did not smell or contain any maggots. "Eat it today," Moses said, "because today is a Sabbath to the Lord. Today you will not find anything in the field. For 6 days you may gather, but on the seventh day, the Sabbath, it will not be there." Yet on the seventh day some of the people went out to gather, but they did not find anything. Then the Lord said to Moses, "How long will you refuse to keep my commandments and instructions? Understand that the Lord has given you the Sabbath. That is why on the sixth day he will give you bread for 2 days. On the seventh day everyone must stay where he is. No one may leave his place." So the people rested on the seventh day. Now the house of Israel called the bread manna. It was white like coriander seed and tasted like wafers made with honey. Moses said, "This is what the Lord has commanded. Keep an omer of manna for the generations to come, so that they may see the bread I fed you in the wilderness when I brought you out of the land of Egypt." So Moses told Aaron, "Take a jar and fill it with an omer of manna. Then place it before the Lord to be preserved for the generations to come." And Aaron placed it in front of the testimony to be preserved just as the Lord had commanded Moses. The Israelites ate manna 40 years until they came to a land where they could settle. They ate manna until they reached the border of Canaan. Now an omer is a tenth of an ephah. All right, one more chapter in Exodus, or partial. I'm curious how many verses there are in Exodus 17, because sometimes this reading plan is weird. Let's see, 17. Oh, yeah, it's the whole chapter of 17. It's just a short chapter. Exodus chapter 17. Then the whole congregation of Israel left the desert of Sin, moving from place to place as the Lord commanded. They camped at Rephidim, but there was no water for the people to drink. So the people contended with Moses, "Give us water to drink." "Why do you contend with me?" Moses replied. "Why do you test the Lord?" But the people thirsted for water there, and they grumbled against Moses. "Why have you brought us out of Egypt? To make us and our children and livestock die of thirst?" Then Moses cried out to the Lord, "What should I do with these people? A little more, and they will stone me." And the Lord said to Moses, "Walk on ahead of the people and take some of the elders of Israel with you. Take along in your hand the staff with which you struck the Nile, and go. Behold, I will stand there before you by the rock at Horeb. And when you strike the rock, water will come out of it for the people to drink." So Moses did this in the sight of the elders of Israel. He named the place Massa and Meribah because the Israelites quarreled, and because they tested the Lord, saying, "Is the Lord among us or not?" After this, the Amalekites came and attacked the Israelites at Rephidim. So Moses said to Joshua, "Choose some of our men and go out to fight the Amalekites. Tomorrow I will stand on the hilltop with the staff of God in my hand." Joshua did as Moses had instructed him and fought against the Amalekites, while Moses, Aaron, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. As long as Moses held up his hands, Israel prevailed, but when he lowered them, Amalek prevailed. When Moses' hands grew heavy, they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat on it. Then Aaron and Hur held his hands up, one on each side, so that his hands remained steady until the sun went down. So Joshua overwhelmed Amalek and his army with the sword. Then the sword said to Moses, "Write this on a scroll as a reminder and recite it to Joshua, because I will utterly blot out the memory of Amalek from under heaven." And Moses built an altar and named it, "The Lord is my banner." Indeed, he said, a hand was lifted up toward the throne of the Lord. The Lord will war against Amalek from generation to generation. So amazing that they haven't, it's like literally the very first day of any programmer's life. Like if you just decide someday, I think I'll be a programmer. Let me figure out how that works. Let me take some classes or watch some YouTube videos. That person could get rid of the stream boo plague on Kick and Twitch and Rumble and stuff. They would have the adequate knowledge to do that. It's literally the most easy thing to get rid of, but they still haven't done it. It's crazy. It's like literally, I mean, it because they don't even try to make it like hard to filter out. It's literally just STREAMBOO. Filter that out, gone. All of it's gone. Oh my goodness, it's amazing that they haven't gotten rid of that yet. Zero intelligence software on Twitch. All right, we got one more chapter, Matthew chapter 10. Matthew chapter 10. And calling his 12 disciples to him, Jesus gave them authority over unclean spirits so that they could drive them out and heal every disease and sickness. These are the names of the 12 apostles. First, Simon, called Peter, and his brother Andrew, James, son of Zebedee, and his brother John, Philip and Bartholomew, Thomas and Matthew the tax collector, James, son of Alphaeus and Thaddeus, Simon the Zealot, and Judas Iscariot, who betrayed Jesus. These 12 Jesus sent out with the following instructions: Do not go onto the road of the Gentiles or enter any town of the Samaritans. Go rather to the lost sheep of Israel. As you go, preach this message: The kingdom of heaven is near. Heal the sick, raise the dead, cleanse the lepers, drive out demons. Freely you have received, freely give. Do not carry any gold or silver or copper in your belts. Take no bag for the road, or second tunic, or sandals, or staff, for the worker is worthy of his provisions. Whatever town or village you enter, find out who is worthy there and stay at his house until you move on. As you enter the home, greet its occupants. If the home is worthy, let your peace rest on it. But if it is not, let your peace return to you. And if anyone will not welcome you or heed your words, shake the dust off your feet when you leave that home or town. Truly I tell you, it will be more bearable for Sodom and Gomorrah on the day of judgment than for that town. Behold, I am sending you out like sheep among wolves. Therefore be as shrewd as snakes and as innocent as doves. But beware of men, for they will hand you over to their councils and flog you in their synagogues. On my account, you will be brought before governors and kings as witnesses to them and to the Gentiles. But when they hand you over, do not worry about how to respond or what to say. In that hour you will be given what to say. For it will not be you speaking, but the Spirit of your Father speaking through you. Brother will betray brother to death, and a father his child. Children will rise against their parents and have them put to death. You will be hated by everyone because of my name, but the one who perseveres to the end will be saved. When they persecute you in one town, flee to the next. Truly, I tell you, you will not reach all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. A disciple is not above his teacher, nor a servant above his master. It is enough for a disciple to be like his teacher and a servant like his master. If the head of the house has been called Beelzebul, how much more the members of his household? So do not be afraid of them, for there is nothing concealed that will not be disclosed, and nothing hidden that will not be made known. What I tell you in the dark, speak in the daylight. What is whispered in your ear, proclaim from the housetops. Do not be afraid of those who kill the body, but cannot kill the soul. Instead, fear the one who can destroy both soul and body in hell. Are not 2 sparrows sold for a penny? Yet not one of them will fall to the ground apart from the will of your Father. And even the very hairs on your head are all numbered. So do not be afraid, you are worth more than many sparrows. Therefore, everyone who confesses me before men, I will also confess him before my Father in heaven. But whoever denies me before men, I will also deny him before my Father in heaven. Do not assume that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I have not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I have come to turn a man against his father, a daughter against her mother, a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. A man's enemies will be the members of his own household. Anyone who loves his father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. Anyone who loves his son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And anyone who does not take up his cross and follow me is not worthy of me. Whoever finds his life will lose it, and whoever loses his life for my sake will find it. He who receives you receives me, and he who receives me receives the one who sent me. Whoever receives a prophet because he is a prophet will receive a prophet's reward, and whoever receives a righteous man because he is a righteous man will receive a righteous man's reward. And if anyone gives even a cup of cold water to one of these little ones because he is my disciple, truly I tell you, he will never lose his reward. Okie dokie, made it on that one. Actually, I only have one more reading for week 7. I think I might do at least one more reading while I'm up here, but I think I might sort of pack up, not like totally. I'll just carry some of this stuff so I don't have to like undo it, but I'm going to go back to the area I was a few days ago and see if I can find the case for this that I'm pretty sure I left up here. So I think I can walk over there without losing the stream. It's a pretty good signal up here. I mean, there's probably a couple dead spots, but I should be able to get over there without starting over. Always worried that I'm going to forget something, so I'm not surprised I did. Pretty much every single time I come out on these with all this stuff I'm carrying, I'm guessing I could easily leave something behind. So. Okay. Could show the great and interesting process of me packing up my stuff because it's so spectacular. I probably won't actually pack much out. Still here lurking, had to join work meeting. Good old work meetings. I actually never worked. It's not true. I had a lot of work meeting experiences, but not because I was a programmer and stuff. Because I was part of such a small company that we didn't have like teams of programmers. It was very small. But I was part of the marketing team, and I was also part of the product development team. So I did a lot of those meetings. But yeah, I was never really a fan of meetings. I feel like most meetings, they just want to like have a committee of discussion about stuff that could just get done easily. I know there's value to meetings, but I always felt like a lot of times they were a waste of time. Okay. Not to speak anything of your meetings. You probably have actual productive meetings, but some people just like to talk, and so they love the meetings so they can be heard and just say stuff, but it's like, are you really saying anything? Let's solve problems instead of talking about them. That one thing that happened in a lot of my meetings was like people felt like because they talked about it, the problem was solved, but there was no like actual actions committed. It was just like, oh, phew, I feel a lot better. We talked about it. It's like, no, you gotta actually do something about it. Okay, so I can put this away. Yeah, I was never part of a company big enough to have like teams of developers that met together. I think that's like more productive because you have to all be on the same page. So it's kind of important to have regular communication and stuff. Okay, I'm gonna just try to carry the rest of this. Let me see if I can get my Chatmobile on a strap. I always carry this wrist strap with me, but I rarely use it. I don't want to be wearing this coat, so I might stop by my car and put it away. It was super cold this morning, but it's still a little bit chilly, but I don't need the coat anymore. Oops. All right. What would be funny is if what would be funny is if Boomer forgot to mute his mic while he was in the meeting or something, and they got to hear all that stuff. What I think about meetings. That would be funny. What would be even funnier is if if he's like, "Oh, hey guys, I have this friend that I'm watching this live stream. You should check it out." And then he puts it on as a second screen on the meeting, and it's like, "Oh, check this guy out. Look at this cool scenery of this place." And then I start talking about how worthless I think meetings are. That would be hilarious. Okay. Actually, I put this on too soon. I gotta get my backpack on. Okay. Not that I would ever expect somebody to show my stream on the business meeting, but I was just thinking it would be hilarious if they did. Okay. I'm just going to carry my tripod over to this other area, stop by my car, I can get my coat off. And I'm hoping that over here somewhere I might find the whatever you call it. Can't even think of the word. I have like this really bad ability to remember basic vocabulary words. It's quite bad. Anyway, little pack for my chair. Pack isn't the right word. I can't think of the word. Case. I guess case. I don't know. That doesn't seem right either. So I don't have my gimbal. I'm just holding my big tripod. The tripod kind of stabilizes it because it's a big thing I'm holding, but it'll be a little bit shaky. I didn't really feel like getting my whole setup switched to the gimbal, because then I would just have to switch it back once I get over here. So yeah, I'm hoping. I think the signal on top of this mountain generally, like on the whole thing, is pretty solid, but there is a chance it could cut out as I'm walking over here. I don't know. I think as long as I don't go behind like a big rock or something, it should be okay. I think if I went down this road past this point up here where there's an intersection, I would go behind like this big solid wall of lava, and then it would probably get a little bit choppy. Cut out completely. I hope I didn't leave anything back there. That would be so hilarious. Came up to this place, I left something. So like I go find the here, and then I leave something else here. That would be awesome. All right. I could see that happening. I'm actually going to go over to that hill over there where those bushes are behind the trees after I drop my coat off. That's the first time I've been up in that area where I just live streamed. I've never been. I've been on this mountain a bunch of times over the years, but well, maybe not a bunch. Maybe probably like 10 times total. But yeah, I've never been up that spot. That's kind of a nice. I'm glad there was a break in the trees, which ironically or sadly or whatever you want to say is probably because of the wildfire it looks like they had up here. That's why I could get the view that I got. But sometimes there's a blessing in disguise, I guess. Oh. This is a pretty accessible mountain though. They have like a bunch of roads on it and stuff. So it's not quite as remote, and I mean it's still out in the middle of, the forest and stuff, but there's like there's that business I was talking about that down below with a bunch of machinery, and got this all these roads. Yeah. Okay, let me get my coat off. I can keep going. Like I said, I'm hoping I'll probably do at least one more stream to finish up. I mean, one more reading to finish up week 7 on the reading plan, and then I could do more, but I don't know. I guess it depends on the time. What? Wish I had a bathroom up here. That would be nice. Not quite that accessible. Like pretty much none of these mountains and stuff have any kind of bathroom or whatever. I'll try to find a spot to go real quick, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I just was going to the bathroom. I saw a pretty cool spot with a nice view. I mean, right here where I'm looking with the camera's not bad either, but I'm gonna head over back behind me a little bit. There's a nice angle. I wasn't planning to go here, but I haven't streamed from that spot yet, so I may as well go somewhere new instead of doing a repeat. I've actually thought, like, since that last stream where I was up on that really huge mountain yesterday, I was thinking I could do like a different angle for every single chapter, just like at least move the camera around. But at the same time, I think there's kind of some cool aspect of having a few, like the whole reading in one place, or at least more than one chapter, because especially when there's something moving like the sun, it looks really cool. It's like makes a series of streams. Like the first one, the sun is down. Second one, it's just barely coming up, peeking over the clouds. Next one, it's fully bright, and then I don't know, it's kind of cool because I wrote this script. I actually have a bunch of scripts to help me edit my videos. They're all Python scripts that I use AI to write because I'm not smart enough to do that anymore. So I have all these scripts that help me, like they actually automatically pull the thumbnail out of each video and a bunch of other cool time-saving features. And so I automatically get like a frame grab for each video just by specifying a time stamp of the video. Let's see, not sure exactly what angle, but this is kind of cool here. A couple of different options. I like this direction here because you can see those bushes over there on that ledge. Uh-oh. I'm gonna drop to my phone along the way. I have no idea where I just put my phone. Speaking of losing things, I think I had it in my sitting on my chair, and I just dumped my chair, so I don't know where it went. So let me go see where I left that. I might have left it on the back of the car too. But yeah, I might do a reading like right here. It's kind of cool. I'll be right back. Probably dumped my cell phone. This will be a good test of my my wireless mic's range. So I'll be walking pretty far to hunt for my missing phone. If it still works over here, it would be quite impressive. I doubt it. I think it'll break up as I walk over here. Mainly because if I hold it up like this, it might still keep going, but I've noticed that even if I turn my back, even if I turn my back to the transmitter with my mic on my chest, not just my body, blocks the line of sight and can make it choppy or cut out entirely. I'm super far away though. This is the farthest I've been away from my receiver, so if it's still working, it's quite impressive. And I found my phone, so good luck. I mean, good luck. I don't know. Good fortune. I don't know. Can't think of the expression. I just say that's good. I found my phone. All right. Okay, let's see. Double check the angle. This is nice here. Actually, if I come down a little further, it's even more interesting. Maybe right here is pretty cool. Once again, though, if I come down too far, there's no flat area, but a couple times I've actually dug out like a flat area. It's pretty easy to do. So I might just do that again. Somehow I drifted from live on YouTube. So weird. I don't even know what that means. Drifted. Okay. Right about here, I think, is a good spot. And drifted away from it, like it navigated away by itself or something. Or perhaps it was so boring that you actually clicked away on purpose, but you're ashamed to, or you're embarrassed to tell me. Not ashamed, that's not the right word, but you're like, this stream is boring. I'm going to click on something else. And then you're like, oh, somehow it just drifted away. Okay. Oh, I see. Drifted from live. I get it. Okay. The little red live icon was gray. I clicked it. Time jumped. Now it's red. Oh, yeah. I think I've had that happen on, I don't remember. I've seen that happen before. I don't remember what platforms. I don't think it was YouTube. I think it was like Kick. And I've had that happen on either Kick or Rumble. I think one of the green platforms. Yeah, it's annoying. At least it shows you that happens. That's kind of cool. Some of them don't even tell you that, and then you start like typing in some streamer's chat, and it's from like 10 minutes ago, and then if they're probably like, "What are you talking about?" I've had that happen a couple times. Yeah, so if I don't have a flat spot, I can just like literally dig out part of the ground. Was I time traveling this whole time? The whole stream boost subplot was hours ago. Yeah, I mean, it was quite a while ago. I don't think I've been streaming for multiple hours yet, but it was a while ago. Quite a while. All right, so that I can just compact it, hopefully make a little berm on the side so I don't fall over. Imagine, I've actually never done trail building. I mean, it's super hard work, but I imagine they have to do stuff kind of like this. Dig out the higher part of the slope and build it up on the opposite side. Can't imagine, man. I don't know how many miles of trails there are in the world, but a ridiculous amount. And they've all, at some point, most of them had to have been dug out manually like this. It's crazy. Job sent me a gift through On Goody. I have to choose it. There's some bizarre items on there. I don't even know what that is. That's cool though. Always nice. It's always nice to be acknowledged. Like I don't think my, like, those 5 love languages. I don't think words of affirmation is necessarily my love language, but I think most people like to be recognized for their efforts. And I can tell you that was one issue at my former place of employment. They didn't really do a lot of that. Okay. Which I think is a huge mistake. Even not even just, words is one thing, but gifts is another, that really shows that they value what you're doing, hopefully. As long as it's not a joke like the whole Christmas vacation thing. What is it? The gift that Chevy Chase got. Can't remember. The membership of Jelly of the Month Club or something. That's funny. Something like that. All right. I think I'm level, more or less. Ooh. Irony is that the gift was for the completion of a project that I just joined adjacently, so likely I was just included because I'm on the mailing list now. Nice, man. Bonus. Bonus. Let's see. I like to sit at a slight angle. That's what you gotta do. You gotta join the groups right when you're about to get the reward and then move on to the next group after the project is already completed. That's genius. Okay. Not sure how stable this spot is. I think I need to adjust the legs of this tripod a bit. Means I'll have to re-level everything again. But I don't want this falling over. That's for sure. The annoying thing is this phone has stabilization in it, so it's constantly changing, it's smoothing everything out, so I can't even sometimes tell when I've gotten it level because of that. It keeps moving after I've moved it. I mean, the framing of the camera is all shifting around, like sort of like the whole stream delay thing. It moves like 5 seconds after I move it. 50% of the items in here have the word vegan on them. I didn't know a keychain could be vegan. It's hilarious. Yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of that is just because they know that there's a certain sector of the public, and I think a lot of the I've heard, I don't know if this is true, but I've heard a lot of the developers are kind of on the left, or I guess liberal persuasion of things, and so they, of course, the gifting has nothing to do with that because it's just a site that has gifts, but they're probably trying to cater to that. And so there's a lot of people on that side of the equation that they hear their buzzword that fits their demographic and they're like, oh, that's made for me. I don't know. So I think it's funny. And then a lot of times you'll actually find out that those claims aren't even really true. Like, it's not really vegan. They just put the word on there so they can get those people attracted to their products. Does that mean it's edible? Probably, yeah. Generally, I think it means no animals were harmed in the making of it. That's usually what that means. So it probably means that it's not real leather. It's probably, I don't even know. It's kind of funny. You can't actually win with the left because if you don't harm animals, then you have to make a bunch of artificial chemical stuff that harms the environment. So I don't know. It's basically impossible to make them happy. My company is very progressive. I've had this convo with Marilee about organic. Everything is technically organic. Yeah, I know. That I've actually heard, I don't remember if I watched a documentary on that or just don't take my word for gospel, because I don't watch the news, and I don't really watch uh, documentaries, but it seems like I watched something on that where they did some research on the claims of those organic things, and even what they claim is not often the case. But yeah, whatever. I don't really care. If it's making some people happy out there to buy a product with a certain buzzword on it, then by all means. I'm not really influenced by those things so much. It's not for me. I'm not the right demographic for their marketing, I guess. I mean, granted, like, just for health reasons, I would rather buy something that's organic if I could afford it. But typically, I feel like it's just an excuse for them. They put that word on there and they can charge like 60 to 200% more. Like, I don't even know if they do anything different. They just put that buzzword on there and they can charge like twice as much. It's kind of like shopping at Walmart or shopping at Safeway. Like, or a better example is shopping at Winco or shopping at Safeway. It's literally the exact same products, no difference. And you can choose to pay 2 or 3 times as more at Safeway if you really feel like that, fits your. I don't know. I think it's kind of like what is it? Like a class system. It's kind of like people at a higher class feel like they have to shop at Safeway or what is it, Whole Foods or something, just because they can afford it and it makes them feel fancy or something. But it's literally a lot of the same exact stuff, sometimes in the same brands and everything, not even any different. I dared purchase natural ketchup, no high fructose corn syrup, but ultimately non-organic, and she was very. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I wish I could afford to buy all the healthy stuff, because I'm not like proud of the fact that I eat, trashy food. It's not like a badge of honor for me that I eat at McDonald's or Taco Bell. It's just that I can't afford to eat anywhere else. And you might say, well, just don't eat out at all, but I'm really the worst cook. I'm kind of like the old school guys that need a woman to cook for them. I'm kind of like one of those from the old generations. Um, it's not because I'm sexist. It's one of those things that I don't like doing. And I think part of it is because I'm kind of like, usually we're more like our moms or our dads, and I'm very much like my mom. And so she doesn't like to cook either. And so I guess I inherited that from her. I don't know. Anyway, love Taco Bell because we live 45 minutes from the closest restaurant. It's a special treat when we get to go. Yeah, I don't actually like either Taco Bell or McDonald's, but they have the cheap deals that I can actually afford from time to time. And the main reason I like McDonald's is because of their formerly dollar drinks, and now they're $1.49, but that's still cheaper than anywhere else. And I feel like I'm always thirsty, and I just want to just stop somewhere to get a drink, and like paying like $3 for just something that's essentially poison anyway. Like, if I'm gonna poison myself with aspartame, um, and sucralose and other various terrible chemicals, I'm not gonna pay like double for it. Anyway, all right. Let's see. It's actually, ironically, it just got kind of cold, so I have another jacket. I think I'm gonna hit up the Dollar General for $1.25 tall boy sodas. They also have Jones Cola sometimes that are nice. Nice. Yeah, I'm have a really hard time drinking anything really without like ice. Like, it's got to be ice cold, whether it's water or orange juice or soda or whatever. I do not like warm drinks, and so I don't do well with the bottled stuff, just because unless you're carrying around a bag of ice with you, or you can get a cup with ice from wherever you're buying it. I just do not do well bottled stuff because it doesn't stay cold enough for my liking. Dollar Tree is the best, man. I was annoyed when they went to $1.25, and then it's like they open the floodgates. They start at $1, everything's $1, and then it's like, okay, I understand you have to go to $1.25 because of what Biden did to the economy. I get it. It's understandable. That's acceptable. You got to raise your prices eventually. But then all of a sudden, as soon as they did that, it was like open the floodgates. Now a lot of things are $1.49, and then they have the $5 and up section, and pretty much, in the next, probably within the next year, they're not even going to have any $1.25 or dollar-ish items, and then it'll be just like Dollar General. It's like the name means absolutely nothing. Now they have items they've marked up to $1.75. Yeah, I mean the one that's relatively close to here that I can get to, they have a whole entire aisle and other highlighted sections within the store that are like $5 and up, so you can pay like $10 for stuff at Dollar Tree now. It's not even, the name doesn't even mean anything anymore. They put red stickers to cover up the $1.25 price tag, then it's $1.75. Yeah, it's lame. But I mean, I get it. Like, I've never understood how they could have so much stuff in there that was always $1. That's why it was always fun for me to go there. I know it's cheap trash from China, but when the quality of the product doesn't really matter, then price should reflect that. And so it just Dollar Tree was the place to go to get essentially fair prices for cheap stuff, whereas other places are just essentially overcharging. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there that I was like, how on earth is this $1? So I knew, you gotta eventually expect that it's going to happen, because eventually, I mean, right now the dollar is like the new penny. Like, finding things less than $1 in any store is rare. Like, except for like certain canned good at like sometimes you'll see cans of corn for you know less than $1 or something like that. But generally, there's like nothing less than $1, in almost any context. It's crazy. There's still deals to be had. I buy eyeglass cleaner from there, a big bottle for $1.25. It's good for cleaning off electronics as well, like phones. Yeah, like a lot of their cleaning stuff. Like, I buy my dish soap from there because I don't have a dishwasher. I have to hand wash everything, and $1.25 for a bottle of dish soap that just feels like, who cares if you get the high quality dish soap? It's so perishable. It's something that you use to wash the trash off your dishes. So, like, why would you pay extra for something like that? So yeah, just the cheap junk that doesn't matter. I don't need to buy quality. I'd rather just spend as little as possible. Yeah, same. We get dish soap there. But yeah, like the actual electronics there are total trash though. Like um like the cell phone charger cables and like earbuds and little night lights and little trashy things. I guess the night lights are fine for $1, but like, you go down there, a little funny electronics aisle, and there's like nothing I would ever buy there pretty much. It's all total junk. Probably cause a fire. Like, if you actually used one of their charging cables, it'd probably overheat the wire and melt and burn away or something. Especially with phones nowadays where they're like all quick charge and so many watts and stuff. I would never want to risk that stuff. That stuff's actually like kind of freaks me out. I'm not afraid of fire. I'm not really afraid of things, but I have like a over concern or protective instinct in regards to fire. So I'm always like very cautious around anything that could start a fire. And I don't know, you watch on the news all these like batteries that explode, especially the e-bikes. But even just like battery banks and phones, like cell phones, like just exploding and burning somebody's house down. It's crazy. All the electronics are garbo. Yeah, we get candles, candle holders, and incense from there, though. Yeah, I'm not really a candle guy. I actually was like in my back in my 20s, I liked candles, but I don't know. I guess I outgrew them for some reason. I used to be pretty, I used to like candles, but yeah, maybe it's the fire thing. I don't know. My parents always told me to be careful with candles and just whatever. Maybe that's part of it. I don't know. But when I was on my own, I actually got those scented candles that come in a jar, with the sealed lid. I always liked those. I like the ones that were like fruity flavors, like mango and peach, and then they had like cookie flavored ones and stuff like that. Our new location here had Blu-rays for a while, actually good ones. Wow, but they've never restocked. So glad I grabbed them. Nice. Yeah, I have access to a couple pawn shops. Like they're not immediately close, but anytime I go into the city or whatever, there's this pawn shop that has like dollar DVDs and $3 Blu-rays, and then if you buy more of them, it's even cheaper. So I haven't actually. I mean, I did buy some the last time I was there, but lately I just haven't been in the mood to watch movies. Like I usually look through their big shelves and boxes of movies looking for kind of old ones, like nostalgic ones, like because I literally can't stand the movies they've made in the last 10 to 20 years. Like I I like the old like classics, but they're usually hard to find. I can never find the specific ones I'm looking for. So yeah, I'm kind of lost interest in collecting movies. I have a ton of them. Probably have like 500 DVDs, or no, probably more than that I've collected over the years. And I just have these huge, giant cases, with a couple hundred in each one. I have kids and don't let them watch YouTube, so they watch Blu-rays and DVDs during their screen time. Nice. That's a good idea. Yeah, I do have a lot of kids movies. I have like three, let's see how many genres I have. I have like three cases of different types. Like I have one case that's all animated stuff. So all the, like 3D animated, like Toy Story and or 2D animation. Like I have a case that's only that. And then I have a case for only martial arts movies because I have a pretty big collection of Asian martial art movies. And then the the rest is just kind of my general audience live action kind of Hollywood junk stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I just haven't bought as many lately. And part of it is I don't know. I don't really, if I feel like if I have time for something to do that even if it's just mindless, relaxing stuff, movies aren't usually the activity of choice. I'd rather be out here hiking or whatever, as an example. But yeah, having kids changes everything, man. I've never had the joy of children. Kind of kind of regret that that's the way my life went, but I didn't. It wasn't really my choice necessarily. It's just I feel like it's was God's design, I guess. Now I'm pretty much too old to make all that happen. I could marry into a family that already has kids and stuff, but that's so complicated, or it can be. It's nothing wrong with that. But just being the outsider where like you have a mom with already has kids and they have like their own family unit already, it just feels like throwing myself into that. Um, I don't know. I don't think I wouldn't be their dad, and I would just feel like I'm, you know, the outsider of the equation. But, I don't know what God has for me. It's my life's not over, so it's not too late to see what happens. But anyway, all right. Well, I guess I'll do the reading. I should have had chat on the screen. I was talking about this a couple streams ago. I wish I could get the developer of Social Stream to have a toggle so I could toggle chat on the screen without getting up out of my chair and walking over to the camera. Because pretty much all my streams, I'm far away from the camera, so it's not very convenient to switch it on and off. And then plus, I'm always worried I'll leave it on and then some random troll will come into my stream while I'm reading and put some annoying junk on the screen. So it's just better to leave it off while I'm reading. Plus, I want to have the clean output for my edits later. So, blah, blah, blah. All right. I have a handful of friends who married into kids and love them just the same. That's cool. Wonder if you could write some macros you could fire from another device. Yeah, I've sort of looked into that. Like I actually have a smart button that's Bluetooth, but it's possible. The problem is, so I'm using, just not that you not care or whatever, but I'm using IRL Pro, which is just a streaming app on Android to run my streams, and it allows for overlays. So I have like a web overlay in IRL Pro. So whatever I use would have to be able to send a command not only into the app but into the overlay itself, which I don't even. It's not really possible unless you hack apart the the app. Otherwise, you'd have to like do something like click at these coordinates on the screen, swipe left or right to some certain given position, and then click here. It would be pretty crummy. And then if like something went wrong, it could like accidentally end your stream or do some other catastrophic changes. I'm sure it's possible. I wouldn't know how to do it. I think what is a more likely solution is to write some kind of wrapper for Social Stream. And Social Stream has its own capabilities. Steve Seguin, or Seguin, I don't know how to say his name. He's written some pretty sophisticated stuff that I could look into, where he's like made like multiple frames where he'll have I can't even think of an example, but he'll have Social Stream on there and then something else in another frame. And I think he even has made it so you can send commands using some kind of something. I don't know. I haven't really looked into it, but there's actually quite a bit under the hood that he's written in there, and then literally nobody knows about it because they aren't developers and don't think to go deeper. But it's pretty sophisticated. It's quite amazing, actually. Does Social Stream have an API? I don't know if I'd call it an API, but it's pretty open. Like it's free open source essentially, and it's built on WebRTC. So if I knew more about WebRTC, I could probably send commands. Like as an example, you can actually control OBS with it. He's written it so it connects to the OBS Studio WebSockets interface, and there's a million. It's actually unbelievable what you can do with it. You can even use a MIDI keyboard to control stuff with it. There's a ton of really edge case stuff that he built in. I don't even know why. I guess somebody asked him for it, and he just said, "Oh, sure, I can do that," because it's such a conglomerate um, soup of various functions. It's kind of gotten scope creep in a way. It's how it can basically do everything. I think technically you can use Social Stream to control your computer remotely. I know that sounds crazy, but I think he's written some software to be able to do that. It's kind of scary in a way. I don't think I'd want to do that. I would think you could stand up a quick Android app that fires off API requests using API key or JWT. Yeah, I'm so out of the development game that I wouldn't be able to do it. Like that would be way over my head. I could ask AI to figure it out, which I've done a lot of, but I wouldn't know where to start with that. But yeah, AFK, no worries. All right, I'm gonna start with the reading. I'm actually cold, man. I'm in the shade and it's making a huge difference. Even with this jacket on, I should have just left my other thicker jacket on. My little berm that I built isn't compacted enough, so I'm tipping over. I might need to get some actual solid objects to sit on. I should have gone over and turned my chat on while somebody was here, because kind of lame not to have it on the screen. But, oh well. About to start the reading, so see if this is good enough. It's really hard to find just the right shape that will not slip out from under me. Oh, yeah, I should look into that. Like, I don't know. I think I've somehow gotten on, and this is maybe just conspiracy theory or overthinking, but I feel like I've gotten on Steve's naughty list, and so I don't feel like asking him for more stuff because he doesn't usually respond anymore, and he usually is pretty good at responding. So I think I might have somehow bugged him in the past or something, and he remembered my username and like, oh, it's that guy again. So it would be better if I tried to solve the issue myself, and then maybe I could even show him what I did, send the code back to him, and he'd be like, oh, thanks, yeah, I'll add that. Because he's just so busy. I don't think he doesn't always respond anymore because of that. I've got some big tracks here. Just noticed those. It's probably, I mean, it could be a dog, like a house pet kind of dog, but it'd be a pretty big dog. My guess, I don't know. It probably is a house dog, house pet, domesticated dog, but quite large. Yeah, they got the pretty significant claws on there, which I've read, or the research I've done very little on tracking stuff is that if you can see that large toenail things, it's typically a domesticated dog, which seems opposite to me. I would think like stuff like bears and cougars and stuff would have bigger claws, but I guess they keep them, whatever you call, pulled in most of the time. So you just see the circular pads. All right. Okay. Finally do a reading, I guess. Check the angle one more time. This might be the last reading. I'm doing a lot of dilly-dallying. I really was just planning to stay up here long enough to get later in the day so I didn't disturb my neighbors by going outside and working on stuff. So I think it's late enough at this point that I can head back anytime. It's cold, man. It's cold. Do one more tech check. Make sure my Bible thing is working. This will be kind of a long one, it looks like. Because I got a few chapters in Exodus. Try to blow my nose before I start too. This cold is giving me the whole cold nose factors. Yeah, I wish I knew more about WebRTC and/or WebSockets because that would be, I could really use that to my advantage on some of these stream tools. I didn't never learned that stuff back when I was doing web development. It might not have even existed back when I was doing that because it was like 11 years ago since I've been out of it. Where's the mute button? All right. Oh, I think this is going to be leaning back way too much. It's not going to work. Probably if I looked around enough, I could find a piece of garbage that is literally perfect for what I need. Because people bring a lot of trash up here. I could probably abscond is the first word that came to mind, but that's not right. I could repurpose something, like just a board or a piece of metal or anything. I'm actually going to hunt around just for fun. Just cause, why not? Okay. I guess I have to take this with me since this is hotspotted onto this other phone. Problem is, I think I'd have to go down all the way down to that flat area before I'd find like the kind of garbage that I'm looking for. Yep, looking for garbage. I just want to come down far enough to actually see a mini pallet down there. Problem is most pallets have holes in them, but it might still work. Let me see. So, hold it up so it will be more likely to transmit. I can't even see the tripod from here, so might not have line of sight. There it is. All right, this is crazy, man. Crazy. Part of these streams, I like to do a little bit of adventuring too, which I haven't done a lot of lately. It's mostly been the Bible readings. Get this shot on my wrist so I don't mess it up. I'll drop it if I don't do that. Okay, this is even farther than my previous record, and I can't see the tripod. Oh, is that it? Where is it? So I might have already lost signal. I was going to say, this would be a good test of the range on this thing. I can't even see it though, so I'm guessing it's cut off already. Yeah, I don't know where it is. Anyway, it's fine. Whoa. Kill for what I'm trying to accomplish. Or I guess it's kind of broken bottles here. People come up here. That's way overkill for what I need. It'd be kind of funny just to bring it. I don't know. That's silly. That's nonsense. I'm not going to take that up. That's just pointless. It's too big. I don't even think it would work. A little piece of board. Perfect. No way, I can still hear me now. Can you hear me now? Oh, that's difficult. This is the kind of stuff that I think messes up the audio too. If it disconnects for a while, I think there's sometimes a audio sync later, so I should, or an audio desync. I should do a clap before I do this reading, just in case. Whew. Why can't I see my tripod? Must be behind the bush. Hope somebody didn't take it while I was down here. I don't think so. Oh, yeah, I was behind that bush the whole time. Oh, okay. Yeah, so you probably couldn't even see me down there. Mega overkill. But I found this. That should do the trick. Make sure my audio is still working. Testing, testing. Okay. Looks alright. Wow, there's a huge flock of crows. I don't think they're quite in the frame yet, but it's weird. Alright, let me get this reading done. Delayed it a lot. not cold anymore after all that crazy strenuous hiking. Now I'll probably have hard time reading because I'm so out of breath. Oh well. My stream, my rules. Back, both older boys wanted to show me something. Noise. All right. So, today's reading, I'm going to be reading Exodus chapters 18 to 21, Matthew 14, 1 through 12, and Mark 6, 1 through 29. I just hiked down the side of this volcano-ish thing and found this piece of wood I can use to stabilize my chair. So that's what I've been doing. One was Legos related, the other pretend cooking related. Pretend cooking related. Very nice. Okay. Oh yeah, man, I'm missing out. That's for sure. Having a family, just so many cool things. It's like one thing that I imagine that you get to do as a father is kind of really relive your own childhood through, vicariously through your children and experience all the fun stuff that you did as a kid. Just that'd be cool. I don't know how well I do with the actual fathering part, though. I don't know if I was made to be a father as far as raising and disciplining kids and all that stuff. I don't know. But I'm thankful you get to experience it. 3-year-old cooked a cup of coffee for me. Nice. All right, I'm gonna get a drink because I probably will have a messed up voice for reading. Seeing a little mound down there. I think, like a little butte. I think I know which one it is. It's one I was considering going to today, but like I said earlier, the main reason I came up here is because I think I left something. I still haven't even searched for it yet. We'll find out in a little bit. After I finish this reading, I'll go see if I can find it. I need to, slight bug I need to fix in this app is that when my screen turns off, it loses connection with, I don't know, it's using Ajax and stuff, sort of, whatever, and when the screen isn't on, the browser is somewhat disconnected, so I either need a refresh button or have it somehow detect when that's happening. I don't know how to do that stuff, but anyway, minor issue. I just have to refresh the page, then it comes out of its little sleep. Exodus chapter 18. Now Moses' father-in-law Jethro, the priest of Midian, heard about all that God had done for Moses and his people Israel, and how the Lord had brought Israel out of Egypt. After Moses had sent back his wife Zipporah, his father-in-law Jethro had received her, along with her 2 sons. One son was named Gershom, for Moses had said, I have been a foreigner in a foreign land. The other son was named Eleazar, for Moses had said, The God of my father was my helper, and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh. Moses' father-in-law Jethro, along with Moses' wife and sons, came to him in the desert, where he was encamped at the mountain of God. He sent word to Moses, I, your father-in-law Jethro, am coming to you with your wife and her 2 sons. So Moses went out to meet his father-in-law and bowed down and kissed him. They greeted each other and went into the tent. Then Moses recounted to his father-in-law all that the Lord had done to Pharaoh and the Egyptians for Israel's sake, all the hardships they had encountered along the way, and how the Lord had delivered them. And Jethro rejoiced over all the good things the Lord had done for Israel, whom he had rescued from the hand of the Egyptians. Jethro declared, Blessed be the Lord, who has delivered you from the hand of the Egyptians and of Pharaoh, and who has delivered the people from the hand of the Egyptians. Now I know that the Lord is greater than all other gods, for he did this when they treated Israel with arrogance. Then Moses' father-in-law Jethro brought a burnt offering and sacrifices to God, and Aaron came with all the elders of Israel to eat bread with Moses' father-in-law in the presence of God. The next day Moses took his seat to judge the people, and they stood around him from morning until evening. When his father-in-law saw all that Moses was doing for the people, he asked, What is this that you are doing for the people? Why do you sit alone as judge, with all the people standing around you from morning till evening? Because the people come to me to inquire of God, Moses replied. Whenever they have a dispute, it is brought to me to judge between one man and another, and I make known to them the statutes and laws of God. But Moses' father-in-law said to him, What you are doing is not good. Surely you and these people with you will wear yourselves out, because the task is too heavy for you. You cannot handle it alone. Now listen to me. I will give you some advice, and may God be with you. You must be the people's representative before God and bring their causes to Him. Teach them the statutes and laws, and show them the way to live and the work they must do. Furthermore, select capable men from among the people, God-fearing, trustworthy men who are averse to dishonest gain. Appoint them over the people as leaders of thousands, of hundreds, of fifties, and of tens. Have these men judge the people at all times. Then they can bring you any major issue, but all minor issues or all minor cases they can judge on their own, so that your load may be lightened as they share it with you. If you follow this advice and God so directs you, then you will be able to endure, and all these people can go home in peace. Moses listened to his father-in-law and did everything he said. So Moses chose capable men from all Israel and made them heads over the people, as leader of thousands, of hundreds, of fifties, and of tens. And they judged the people at all times. They would bring the difficult cases to Moses, but any minor issue they would judge themselves. Then Moses sent his father-in-law on his way, and Jethro returned to his own land. I don't remember if it said how long Moses was like doing the stuff in Egypt. Like I'm assuming, I can't remember. My memory is really bad. Even though we just read it, I don't really remember. But like, see, he had the burning bush issue. I mean, the incident, whatever. And then I can't remember. See, the burning bush was Was that after he killed the Egyptian and was living out in the wilderness with his uh, father-in-law? And I think so, but not totally sure. Anyway, I'm just kind of wondering how long between when he left his father-in-law um, and went to Egypt to get the people out. I don't actually know. I would imagine it was probably quite a while, because back then they don't have cars and airplanes, and just traveling from place to place takes a long time. And then all of the plagues and all the stuff that happened. I mean, maybe that was kind of quick, but I don't remember if it tells. But anyway, I was just imagining, like, I guess he left his wife and two sons back with his father-in-law, and then yeah, then he saw them again. I was kind of curious how long that would have been, if it was like actual years or just, weeks, months. I don't know. It was after he was approximately 80 years old when he saw the burning bush. Gotcha. That's what I thought. I always get that stuff mixed up in my head, though. And then they have the 40 years of wandering, so that means he was like 120 years old at least, and depending on, I don't know how long the whole Egypt thing took, but I'm guessing probably the Egypt plagues thing and the confronting of Pharaoh probably didn't take a super long time, but just the leading the 2 million people, 600,000 men with all the women and children out of Egypt would have taken some time. And then also there was just like a period of time where Moses first confronted Pharaoh, um, and then Pharaoh said, "Oh, you're lazy. I'm going to make it hard for you. So no, no straw for your bricks, but your quota can't change." All that stuff. That was after Moses first came into town. So anyway, it probably took a little while. I don't remember if the Bible said or not, but yeah, I was just curious. It's crazy that he was 80 years old, though, like when he did all that. And I know ages were a little different back then because they lived. I mean, by Moses' time, I think they're getting to almost normal lifespans. But back in Abraham's time, they lived a little bit longer, and then much longer, a few generations prior. But yeah, being 80 years old and leading all these people, man, I can't imagine. All right. That's weird. I thought I had my. Oh, that's why it was doing that. At one time, I had my screen always on, and that got turned off. I was thrown off lately when I learned how old Daniel was when he was thrown into the lion's den. Oh yeah, how old is that? I don't remember. I don't remember the details of the stories very well. I have to, like, if I don't do that, what I just did, where I like sit down and like think about it, or even like draw some kind of diagram, I just don't. I don't remember that stuff at all. It's kind of in one ear and out the other, unfortunately. My reading comprehension's so bad. That's why I don't read books much. He also was in his early 80s. For some reason, they always depict him as a young man. Oh, yeah, yeah. Good point. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah. I think I did actually not I didn't remember that, but I did learn that recently because my I actually forgot about that entirely until you mentioned that. My church recently went through the book of Daniel, and I think they brought that up as well, but I completely forgot already. Yeah, we went slowly through Daniel. I actually started going to the church after they had already started. I haven't been going there very long, and I don't make it every week. I haven't gone for quite a while, actually. It's felt kind of discouraged. Kind of discouraging. I don't really have friends there. I feel like I go just to go, but I don't connect with people partly because I'm an extreme introvert, so I don't just go up and talk to random people. I'm kind of anxious and have a hard time even being in the room with a bunch of people just because I'm not outgoing. But so yeah, I don't know. I don't feel super motivated to go since I don't know anybody really. I know the pastors because I met with them and stuff, but and I know like 2 or 3 other people, but that's about it. Anyway, let's get this reading on the road. Oops. Exodus chapter 19. In the 3rd month, on the same day of the month that the Israelites had left the land of Egypt, they came to the wilderness of Sinai. After they had set out from Rephidim, they entered the wilderness of Sinai, and Israel camped there in front of the mountain. Then Moses went up to God, and the Lord called to him from the mountain. This is what you are to tell the house of Jacob and explain to the sons of Israel. You have seen for yourselves what I did to Egypt, and how I carried you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself. Now, if you will indeed obey my voice and keep my covenant, you will be my treasured possession out of all the nations, for the whole earth is mine. And unto me you shall be a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words that you are to speak to the Israelites. So Moses went back and summoned the elders of the people and set before them all these words that the Lord had commanded him. And all the people answered together, We will do everything that the Lord has spoken. So Moses brought their words back to the Lord. The Lord said to Moses, Behold, I will come to you in a dense cloud, so that the people will hear when I speak with you, and they will always put their trust in you. And Moses relayed to the Lord what the people had said. Then the Lord said to Moses, Go to the people and consecrate them today and tomorrow. They must wash their clothes and be prepared by the 3rd day, for on the 3rd day the Lord will come down on Mount Sinai in sight of all the people. And you are to set up a boundary for the people around the mountain, and tell them, Be careful not to go up on the mountain or touch its base. Whoever touches the mountain shall surely be put to death. No hand shall touch him, but he shall surely be stoned or shot with arrows. Whether man or beast, he must not live. Only when the ram's horn sounds a long blast may they approach the mountain. When Moses came down from the mountain to the people, he consecrated them and they washed their clothes. Be prepared for the 3rd day, he said to the people. Do not draw near to a woman. On the 3rd day, when morning came, there was thunder and lightning. A thick cloud was upon the mountain, and a very loud blast of the ram's horn went out, so that all the people in the camp trembled. Then Moses brought the people out of the camp to meet with God, and they stood at the foot of the mountain. Mount Sinai was completely enveloped in smoke, because the Lord had descended on it in fire. And the smoke rose like the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mountain quaked violently. And as the sound of the ram's horn grew louder and louder, Moses spoke, and God answered him in the thunder. The Lord descended to the top of Mount Sinai and called Moses to the summit. So Moses went up, and the Lord said to him, Go down and warn the people not to break through to see the Lord, lest many of them perish. Even the priests who approach the Lord must consecrate themselves, or the Lord will break out against them. But Moses said to the Lord, The people cannot come up Mount Sinai, for you solemnly warned us, Put a boundary around the mountain and set it apart as holy. And the Lord replied, Go down and bring Aaron with you, but the priests and the people must not break through to come up to the Lord, or he will break out against them. So Moses went down to the people and spoke to them. All right. I think if I remember right, Exodus 20 is where the Ten Commandments are, right? It's been since Sunday school years that I've thought about that stuff. But yeah, back when I was a kid, we memorized a lot of verses and stuff, and I haven't really memorized anything as an adult on purpose. Like some of the stuff soaks in, and eventually I at least halfway have it memorized because I've read it so many times. But as far as actually setting out to memorize things, I haven't done much. I've tried a little bit, and it's a real struggle for me, and I have a hard time with memory and anything like that. Exodus chapter 20. And God spoke all these words: I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself an idol in the form of anything in the heavens above, on the earth below, or in the waters beneath. You shall not bow down to them or worship them. For I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on their children, to the third and fourth generations of those who hate me, but showing loving devotion to 1,000 generations of those who love me and keep my commandments. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain, for the Lord will not leave anyone unpunished who takes his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day by keeping it holy. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God, on which you must not do any work, neither you nor your son or daughter, nor your manservant or maidservant or livestock, nor the foreigner within your gates. For in 6 days the Lord made the heavens and the earth, and the sea and all that is in them. But on the seventh day he rested. Therefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and set it apart as holy. Honor your father and mother, so that your days may be long in the land that the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, or his manservant or maidservant, or his ox or donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. When all the people witnessed the thunder and lightning, the sounding of a ram's horn, and the mountain enveloped in smoke, they trembled and stood at a distance. Speak to us yourself, and we will listen, they said to Moses. But do not let God speak to us, or we will die. Do not be afraid, Moses replied, for God has come to test you, so that the fear of him may be before you, to keep you from sinning. And the people stood at a distance as Moses approached the thick darkness where God was. Then the Lord said to Moses, This is what you are to tell the Israelites. You have seen for yourselves that I have spoken to you from heaven. You are not to make any gods alongside me. You are not to make for yourselves gods of silver or gold. You are to make for me an altar of earth, and sacrifice on it your burnt offerings and peace offerings, your sheep and goats and cattle. In every place where I cause my name to be remembered, I will come to you and bless you. Now, if you make an altar of stones for me, you must not build it with stones shaped by tools, for if you use a chisel on it, you will defile it. And you must not go up to my altar on steps, lest your nakedness be exposed on it. Oh, I'm surprised how cold it is. I think it's not supposed to get that warm today. Something about maybe all those thunderstorms just cooled it down. It'll build back up. It'll get hotter later, but I mean later in the week or whatever. But for a few days, it's actually going to be pretty pleasant. Not too hot. All Right, got one more chapter in Exodus and then a couple short sections in the New Testament. And yeah, it's definitely getting late enough now that I can head home and work on stuff. Should be nice enough that I don't have to worry about rain today, hopefully. Exodus chapter 21. These are the ordinances that you are to set before them. If you buy a Hebrew servant, he is to serve you for 6 years. But in the 7th year he shall go free without paying anything. If he arrived alone, he is to leave alone. If he arrived with a wife, she is to leave with him. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the woman and her children shall belong to her master, and only the man shall go free. But if the servant declares, I love my master and my wife and children, I do not want to go free, then his master is to bring him before the judges, and he shall take him to the door or doorpost, and pierce his ear with an awl. Then he shall serve his master for life. And if a man sells his daughter as a servant, she is not to go free as the men servants do. If she is displeasing in the eyes of her master who had designated her for himself, he must allow her to be redeemed. He has no right to sell her to foreigners, since he has broken faith with her. And if he chooses her for his son, he must deal with her as with a daughter. If he takes another wife, he must not reduce the food, clothing, or marital rights of his first wife. If, however, he does not provide her with these 3 things, she is free to go without monetary payment. Whoever strikes and kills a man must surely be put to death. If, however, he did not lie in wait, but God allowed it to happen, then I will appoint for you a place where he may flee. But if a man schemes and acts willfully against his neighbor to kill him, you must take him away from my altar to be put to death. Whoever strikes his father or mother must surely be put to death. Whoever kidnaps another man must be put to death, whether he sells him or the man is found in his possession. Anyone who curses his father or mother must surely be put to death. If men are quarreling, and one strikes the other with a stone or a fist, and he does not die, but is confined to bed, then the one who struck him shall go unpunished, as long as the other can get up and walk around outside with his staff. Nevertheless, he must compensate the man for his lost work and see that he is completely healed. If a man strikes his manservant or maidservant with a rod, and the servant dies by his hand, he shall surely be punished. However, if the servant gets up after a day or two, the owner shall not be punished, since the servant is his property. If men who are fighting strike a pregnant woman and her child is born prematurely, but there is no further injury, he shall surely be fined as the woman's husband demands and as the court allows. But if a serious injury results, then he must require a life for a life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, and stripe for stripe. If a man strikes and blinds the eye of his manservant or maidservant, he must let the servant go free as compensation for the eye. And if he knocks out the tooth of his manservant or maidservant, he must let the servant go free as compensation for the tooth. If an ox gores a man or woman to death, the ox must surely be stoned, and its meat must not be eaten. But the owner of the ox shall not be held responsible. But if the ox has a habit of goring, and its owner has been warned yet does not restrain it, and it kills a man or a woman, then the ox must be stoned, and its owner must also be put to death. If payment is demanded of him instead, he may redeem his life by paying the full amount demanded of him. If the ox gores a son or a daughter, it shall be done to him according to the same rule. If the ox gores a manservant or maidservant, the owner must pay 30 shekels of silver to the master of that servant, and the ox must be stoned. If a man opens or digs a pit and fails to cover it, and an ox or donkey falls into it, the owner of the pit shall make restitution. He must pay its owner, and the dead animal will be his. If a man's ox injures his neighbor's ox and it dies, they must sell the live one and divide the proceeds. They also must divide the dead animal. But if it was known that the ox had a habit of goring, yet its owner failed to restrain it, he shall pay full compensation, ox for ox, and the dead animal will be his. All right, so we got some in Matthew and Mark. Hey, Nyan, haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing good. I heard eye for an eye, but not ox for an ox. Yeah. Eye for eye, tooth for tooth, and ox for ox. Of course, I remember you. I mean, I don't remember like a lot about you necessarily, but I do remember your username and your little face. That's kind of what streaming's all about. Is since we don't talk in real life, I don't know your voice. I can't see your mannerisms and face. So I associate people with usernames and avatars. It's not quite as personal, but it's the best we got, you know. You were doing those ball bounces, 800 or so, I think. Nice. Yeah. Been a while. I haven't done that in quite a while. These days I've been reading the Bible again. I did that last year, but I stopped about, I don't know, 2/3 the way through or so. And so I'm starting all over again this year. So I'm going out into nature. I kind of want to make like a outdoor Bible thing. So actually have a second channel called WordHike that I split apart all the readings into separate videos and just throw it up there. I haven't really gotten a lot of views or traction, but just something I wanted to do. I thought it would be a cool project this year. How do you like the Bible? It's a great cultural reference point. Kind of interesting setup. Looks like an image, but it's you. Yeah, it's fun. I've kind of perfected my streaming setup over the last 6 years of doing IRL stuff. It still has hiccups here and there, but I actually wrote this script so I can show the passages on screen, which is what I was hoping to have last year, and then I got distracted trying to write it, and I'm not very good at programming anymore, so finally gave up trying to do it myself and just asked AI to do it, and that's how I was able to accomplish it. I used to be a web developer like 11 or 12 years ago, and I did that for like 15 years or so. So back then I knew how to do stuff, but it's been so long that I'm really rusty. Plus my skills are way behind. So I kind of forgot how to write code, and it's kind of stresses me out to even try. I just look at all the texts on the screen in the text editor. And I'm just like, ugh, I can't even comprehend what I'm looking at anymore. So kind of lost my passion for it, and I got really burnt out. So it's really tough for me. Yeah, I used to do it. About to ask vibe coding. Yeah, vibe coding is about all I can do. I mean, I don't even think it would qualify as that. I just write such bad code. It's pretty awful. But yeah, you asked how I like the Bible. I like it a lot. It's kind of I've been a Christian most of my life or whatever, and it's kind of like my spiritual food. I have to read it just to keep mentally, spiritually healthy. It's keeps me going. It's actually the second part of last year when I stopped reading it. It was actually a lot harder. Like as I'm doing this, I just feel better in general. I feel like I'm more connected with God and thinking about things of Him, and He actually shows up more in my life in a personal way when I'm connected with His Word. It's not just like while I'm reading that that I get connected. So I'm reading words and He's speaking to me. It's like in that period of time as I'm reading the Bible, like all throughout the day, even when I'm not reading, it's like I can sense His presence more. And so if I don't do it, it's actually very foolish of me because I'm always kind of complaining that I want to feel God's presence and experience a relationship with Him, and yet if I if I stop reading the Bible, a lot of that stuff kind of fades away, and I feel very lonely and disconnected. So it's pretty much my own fault if I feel that way. It's just my laziness or mental issues that keep me from doing it. Yeah, burnout. It's a really bad burnout too. Like I think it's for the rest of my life. I don't think I can do that kind of work anymore. Some people burn out and then they just need like a long vacation and then they get back at it. But for me, it was a permanent burnout. So AI things are getting very good at programming. Yeah, yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I don't actually know how good they are. Like from my perspective, it's like absolutely mind blowing because I literally just ask it one thing. I mean, I have to spell it out pretty clearly and I give it sample code and stuff, but if I write my prompt right, it produces the entire result in a tenth of a second, and it's perfect. Like it works exactly how I asked, and it's like what the. That would have taken me like 3 years to figure out, literally 3 years, and my code would have been worse than the code that it wrote. But it's all a matter of perspective because a lot of like really talented developers are very critical of AI and they think it writes terrible code and whatnot. So I mean, all that tells me is that I'm just a really bad programmer, and AI is considerably better than I am, way smarter than I am. Like all my best capabilities, if I reached my absolute peak as a human being, AI is considerably beyond where I could reach. But there's a lot of really smart people out there, and there's people out there that are still smarter than AI, but not me. I used to be Christian. I like the cultural norms still. Did you say that you are currently a Christian? Yeah. The fact that it can program it all is mind blowing. Yeah, it's amazing to me that it understands everything that you're asking always. It truly understands in every sense of what the word understand means. Like it it always mirrors back what you said. Like it honors what you said, and it says, "Oh, so you want this," and it gives a perfect outline of all the functionality that you asked it to do. Occasionally, it makes mistakes, of course, but it clearly understands everything that you wrote, and it tries to accomplish that. And in most cases, at least in my experience, it actually does what you ask it to do. Then occasionally it'll make a silly error, but then you just tell it. You just tell it, oh, you made an error here, or you give the error message that occurred, and it'll just fix it. Like it's like, oh, silly me, sorry about that. It talks just like a human would, and then it fixes its own errors. It's crazy. I used to be Christian. It was nice. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The thing is, like, there's two kinds of what you could say Christian are, because there's Christians that just like go to church and do all the Christian things, but to actually, I don't know where you feel like you were spiritually, but like Christianity isn't just a set of like practices and um, things to do. It's supposed to be like an actual relationship with God and connection with Him. And some people don't know how to get that or to reach that, and I totally understand it because I've struggled with that my whole life as well. Like there's been periods of time where I go to church and I do all the Christian stuff, but I don't feel like connected or whatever. Um, but yeah, I guess I don't know, in the last, I don't know, 10, 15 years, I mean, I've gone through periods of life where I'm kind of dry and stale and not feeling very Christian or spiritual, but I've never like completely thrown it away or left my faith or anything like that. I've just had like dry periods. But generally speaking, now since I um, know the power of Scripture and what it can do, like if I keep regularly in the Word and treat it like the actual spiritual food that it is, then it kind of God, I guess, uses that and keeps the spirit active in my life. And so it feels like lately, since I've been doing that again, it feels real. Like it's not just some, spiritual discipline that I do to be righteous or something. It's actually how I connect with Him and stuff. It was more that I could feel it, the inner light, like there was a connection. It was not based on rituals or anything. Gotcha. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that you left it or whatever, but I don't know, maybe God's at work in you still and you don't realize it, and He'll show you that, it's not over or whatever. I don't know. Maybe you've chosen against it. I have no idea what your story is, but anyway. Oh man. But yeah, it's like I don't have a super strong theology because I'm not very smart, basically. Like I'm not very good at studying stuff and understanding stuff. So for me it's always more of a personal relationship thing. But as far as explaining like deep theology and teaching stuff, I'm really bad at that stuff. But generally speaking, the way I best understand it is that if you really become a Christian, you're born again. You have the Holy Spirit inside of you, and I know I have that for sure. And once that happens, it's kind of like God doesn't let you go. So you can choose to kind of walk away for periods of time, but God still has His hand in your life and is guiding you and directing you, and He might allow you to go through like times of dryness or just like you feel like there's nothing there, like sort of like I'm reading right now in Exodus, and that the Israelites had to go through like 40 years wandering through the wilderness, and I feel like I've had periods like that in my life as well, where I'm just like I like even now I have no idea what my life is supposed to be about. I quit my job in 2015 because I was burnt out. And since then, I've been moving from place to place trying to find work and can't figure out what to do. And lately, for the last couple of years, I haven't been able to find any work. No one will hire me. And so my life is a complete, absolute disaster and mess. But aside from that, like, I actually feel pretty decent just because I feel like God is bringing me back to Himself. And I don't know. I mean, I don't really care what happens in my life as long as He stays with me and doesn't give up on me, then I'll just keep pursuing Him. Uh, sure. Personal relationship is how I would describe it in the past as well. Gotcha. Coincidentally, that's around the same time when I last worked, 2015. Oh, really? That's a long time. I mean, none of my business, but that's amazing that somehow you're still sustaining yourself or just existing. Like I've really struggled. Like, if my parents, if I didn't have super compassionate parents, I don't know how I'd survive because I don't, I can't live for free. So they've let me stay at their place, and they've been giving me money for food and stuff, and just I've survived. But man, it's been a huge struggle because I'm not the type that likes just taking advantage of others, and I mean I'm very strong against that stuff. Very conservative and don't like just being a sponge and taking advantage of other people's kindness. Like I want to work and make support myself, but I don't know. I just can't get work. It's really annoying. Since then, I've been too sick to leave the house. Oh wow, lucky enough to have SO that does everything. Oh, that's right. Okay. I don't remember that from last time, but I remember talking to somebody that talked about that, and so it was probably you. So yeah, okay. Now it's coming back to me. Gotcha. Oh, it's cool that you actually have, that and weren't just thrown out or something. I do actually value welfare and stuff because there's people that just can't take care of themselves. But I don't want to be one of those people. Like, I want, like, my body still works. I want to be able to work. I've applied at many companies, but nobody will hire me. So, but actually, the latest thing is I've been trying to start a business, but I just it's been so discouraged lately, because of all the stuff that's not gone well, and I feel like I have very little steam left, after all those things, and so I'm trying something that takes quite a bit of steam. Starting your own business is not really that easy, and so I barely have what it takes to just do the next step, and so it's been very slow, but that's kind of the big plan, is to start a little business. And probably did not mention, it seems like you might have, though, because I did talk to someone um, last year that said that exact thing. It sounds super familiar, so it could have been you, or there's somebody else that came by, but I'd have to look at my. I actually keep little notes about people that I talk to, just so that if they come by again later, I can like review, like, oh yeah, that's that person that we talked about this, because my memory's so bad that if I don't take some kind of notes, I do forget people, just because it's not the same as having friends in real life, because if you've met someone in person, you're probably going to remember them, most likely, at least something about them, or you see their face and like, oh, I've seen that person before. But online, it's so hard to remember, because all you got is the username and the profile picture. And if somebody changes their username or their profile picture and comes back, I'm like, I have no idea. I don't know who you are. Certainly, when my body was working, I was always working. Even in university, I was working in the evenings and summers. I had a notebook like that in the past. Got memory issues from the health thing as well. Gotcha. From experience, even if you tell someone that you are just reading notes, they still treat it as if you kept them in your memory. Well, I mean, like right now, I don't have my notes here, so I did remember your name, but I didn't remember. I can't say honestly that I remember like detailed what we talked about last time. I just remember my brain synapses captured the pixels of your profile picture and associated them with that name. So that's all I remembered, really. It's part of the reason I keep my profile picture and username. Yeah, people unfortunately tend to take forgetting personally. Remember your profile picture as well. I don't remember your username. Yeah. Yep. I haven't changed mine all these years. It's always been the same. But so on some platforms, I'm actually live streaming on about 18 platforms now. On some of them, I have to change the name because they don't, either my username's taken or they have to. I mean, yeah, a lot of platforms you have to have a name that's longer than 4 characters. So anyway, you were making those dolls as well, right? No, actually, no. A friend of mine made that crochet doll for me, and I liked it so much that I made it my avatar and stuff. She made it to like look like me at the time. I had a Superman shirt like that, and I have long hair. I just tie it up, and so I guess you could say I look like that, but obviously it's pretty generic because it's just a crochet doll. But anyway, she made it to look like me, and so I used that for my streaming stuff. 18 is 17 more than most. I feel like I saw you making some doll things in the past, when I may be hallucinating like AIs do. Yeah, I mean, I do crafts and stuff. Like I do bookbinding, and I do drawing sometimes, and some other things. Like I do like woodworking, um, and just random DIY stuff. But I don't think I've definitely never done crocheting. So that was probably a hallucination. But yeah, I do some crafts, but it's more like it's mainly I've done bookbinding is the biggest thing I've done. I You've done crocheting, nice. That's cool. Yeah, I like crafting. I would do more stuff like that uh, if I felt like I had time for it, but I have a hard time doing things if I feel like there's not like a major purpose. Like uh, the relaxing aspect of it is cool, so I do it for enjoyment, but I can't like sell the stuff for money or. So I have a hard time motivating to do it a lot, like spend a ton of time on it because there's no fruit from the labor. Like there's no reward other than just the relaxation and satisfaction of being creative, which that's enough for to you to do it some, but like I can't just do it like every day. Uh, Knitting is nice as well. It keeps your hands busy. Nice. Yeah, when I first started live streaming, I actually played piano, and I think that was probably good for me just in numerous ways, just kind of peaceful and relaxing, and um, kind of keeps your brain activated a little bit, forces you to learn something new, which was I wasn't very good at playing piano, but it was fun when I did it. But I don't know if I'll ever get back to that, to be honest. Like, um, I don't know. It's just I have no motivation for it. If you do it all day, every day, you get burned out. Yeah, totally. Especially if there's no reward for it. Like if I could do some crafting thing and actually support myself, like, get paid enough to live off of that money, I would totally do that, but it's really hard because you calculate the time that it takes to make something, and you can spend like a week making something and you can only sell it for like, $50 or less, depending on what it is. And so that whole week you worked your butt off and you get very little compensation. So it's very unrealistic for most crafts, unfortunately. People who strain their brain a lot through work, for example, it looks like they tend to get massive migraines and head issues. Yeah, I suppose. I don't know what that's like anymore. Thankfully, I've never struggled with migraines and whatnot. But, oh man. Oh boy. Ugh. I figured my knitting would perhaps get me 50 cents an hour. I've said things like that too. I've never actually done the calculation, but I'm pretty sure it's between $1 and $3 an hour max for my bookbinding that I could get, and that's minimum wage here, which is, I know this sounds crazy to some people, especially people that live in other countries. Minimum wage in Oregon is $15 an hour, but that's not even enough to live on for hardly anybody because the rent is so high and the cost of living is so high. So to try to live off of $1 to $3 an hour, there's no way. It's not possible. Not here. Like in other places in the world, it's probably possible, but definitely not here. But yeah, this is a very expensive place to live. Oregon is. It's basically like California. It's very very similar economy to California and Washington because just all the coasts are all the coastal states are very expensive. $15 per hour is the highest wage I ever had. Yeah, I mean I know there's certain places in the U.S. that uh, you can easily live off $15 an hour, but literally you make more than $15 an hour working at McDonald's, which is kind of traditionally the one of the least um, culturally acceptable careers. It's just not anybody's dream job, really. Yeah, it's crazy. It sucks. And the sad thing is, the higher they make minimum wage, the higher the cost of living in that area becomes. It backfires. It reverses. I know California is trying. I think it was California was trying to make minimum wage like $30 an hour or something. But that sounds great. Oh yeah, that's a lot of money. But then instantly, as soon as they do that, everything gets more expensive, and it actually reverses it so that it becomes even more expensive to live in those places, and then that $30 becomes like nothing, like overnight. But yeah, it's too bad. I don't know why it does that. I guess it's just greed. Like greed causes that. I don't know. But also, like when you think of, it's just basic economics. You just pay somebody $30 an hour at McDonald's, and then the hamburgers have to cost more. They can't afford to pay all those employees that much money and charge just a couple dollars for a hamburger. So then all of a sudden the hamburgers cost like $20 just to pay that hourly wage for those people. It doesn't work. Raising the minimum wage absolutely does not work. It just unfortunate. I wish it did. I wish it worked, but it doesn't. Supply and demand, yeah. One person's income is the other person's cost. It will always balance out, but increase technology, increase productivity. Yeah, unfortunately, also in many cases, increased technology also gets rid of jobs, which often harms the economy. Like certain people get super rich because of it, but then all the lower income people just either lose their jobs or, they just don't have as much influence as before. Anyway, I'm not going to solve any of the world's problems, but I can complain about them really well. Inequality will tend to increase over time. Yeah, it's unfortunate. All right, I'm going to, not to cut you off, enjoy the conversation, but I'm going to read. I have a couple more passages to read, so I will check chat in between each passage. So, and then I'm going to end the stream because I need to get back and do some chores at home. So, got Matthew 14 here a little bit. Hey, Stream Hub. It's a law of nature, yeah, unfortunately. Matthew chapter 14. At that time, Herod the Tetrarch heard the reports about Jesus and said to his servants, "This is John the Baptist. He has risen from the dead. That is why miraculous powers are at work in him." Now Herod had arrested John and bound him and put him in prison on account of Herodias, his brother Philip's wife, because John had been telling him, "It is not lawful for you to have her." Although Herod wanted to kill John, he was afraid of the people because they regarded John as a prophet. On Herod's birthday, however, the daughter of Herodias danced before them and pleased Herod so much that he promised with an oath to give her whatever she asked. Prompted by her mother, she said, "Give me here on a platter the head of John the Baptist." The king was grieved, but because of his oaths and his guests, he ordered that her wish be granted, and sent to have John beheaded in the prison. John's head was brought in on a platter and presented to the girl, who carried it to her mother. Then John's disciples came and took his body and buried it, and they went and informed Jesus. Nyan says, let me leave with the relevant verse then. For to every one who has will be more will be given, and he will have an abundance. But from him who has not, even what he has will be taken away. Yeah, I actually just read that. I'm doing a reading plan that goes. It's kind of chronological, but also mixes it up so it's not too boring. Like, for example, you don't have to just read Leviticus all day long. It has a kind of chronological, starting with the beginning of creation and then goes through the history of Israel and stuff, but it also mixes in the Gospels with Jesus and stuff. So we're in Exodus, second book of the Bible, and then also reading the Gospel stories and stuff. But anyway, thanks for dropping by if you're on your way out. I got one more half chapter and then I'll be done for the day. Or it might actually be the whole chapter. I don't know. Don't remember. Mark chapter 6. Jesus went on from there and came to his hometown, accompanied by his disciples. When the Sabbath came, he began to teach in the synagogue, and many who heard him were astonished. "Where did this man get these ideas?" they asked. "What is this wisdom he has been given? And how can he perform such miracles? Isn't this the carpenter, the son of Mary, and the brother of James, Joseph, Judas, and Simon? Aren't his sisters here with us as well?" And they took offense at him. Then Jesus said to them, "Only in his hometown, among his relatives, and in his own household is a prophet without honor." So he could not perform any miracles there, except to lay his hands on a few of the sick and heal them. And he was amazed at their unbelief. And he went around from village to village, teaching the people. Then Jesus called the 12 to him and began to send them out 2 by 2, giving them authority over unclean spirits. He instructed them to take nothing but a staff for the journey, no bread, no bag, no money in their belts, and to wear sandals, but not a second tunic. And he told them, "When you enter a house, stay there until you leave that area. If anyone will not welcome you or listen to you, shake the dust off your feet when you leave that place as a testimony against them." So they set out and preached that the people should repent. They also drove out many demons and healed many of the sick, anointing them with oil. Now King Herod heard about this, for Jesus' name had become well known, and people were saying, "John the Baptist has risen from the dead. That is why miraculous powers are at work in him." Others were saying, "He is Elijah," and still others, "He is a prophet, like one of the prophets of old." But when Herod heard this, he said, "John, whom I beheaded, has risen from the dead." For Herod himself had ordered that John be arrested and bound and imprisoned on account of his brother Philip's wife Herodias, whom Herod had married. For John had been telling Herod, "It is not lawful for you to have your brother's wife." So Herodias held a grudge against John and wanted to kill him. But she had been unable, because Herod feared John and protecting him, knowing that he was a righteous and holy man. When he heard John's words, he was greatly perplexed, yet he listened to him gladly. On Herod's birthday, her opportunity arose. Herod held a banquet for his nobles and military commanders and the leading men of Galilee. When the daughter of Herodias came and danced, she pleased Herod and his guests, and the king said to the girl, "Ask me for whatever you wish, and I will give it to you." And he swore to her, "Whatever you ask of me, I will give you, up to half my kingdom." Then she went out and asked her mother, "What should I request?" And her mother answered, "The head of John the Baptist." At once the girl hurried back to the king with her request, "I want you to give me the head of John the Baptist on a platter immediately." The king was consumed with sorrow, but because of his oaths and his guests, he did not want to refuse her. So without delay the king commanded that John's head be brought in. He sent an executioner who went and beheaded him in the prison. The man brought John's head on a platter and presented it to the girl, who gave it to her mother. When John's disciples heard about this, they came and took his body and placed it in a tomb. All right. That's it for this reading. So I'm going to sort of get close to heading out, but before I end the stream, I guess I can, since I think there's kind of a signal on this whole mountain, I might walk over there, because the main reason I came up here is that I think I left something up here, so I'm going to see if I can find it. And then if I find it, I will promptly head out, get back home and do some chores. I have no idea if I'll be able to find it, but it's worth a check. It's not something extremely valuable or important, but I don't like leaving stuff, and it's important enough that if it's still there, it would be nice to find it. I guess I'll go gimbal mode put a few things in the car while I'm here and then go off looking for the thing. Looking for the thing. Speaking of the thing, I wonder if that Fantastic Four movie is any good. I've heard mixed reviews. I think most people say it's pretty good, but I kind of have written Disney off. I don't really like them anymore, so I don't plan to go to any Disney movies necessarily. But I wouldn't be entirely opposed to it. I don't really like their stuff much anymore. I guess. All right, let me see. All right, it'll be shaky until I get my cords and battery junk settled. I just put all my stuff in my car and then go look for that thing. All right, there we go. I can go to chat mode now. Boop. Oh. Last good thing they made was Lion King, the 1994 version. Yeah, I don't know if I would disagree with that at all. I used to really like the animated movies. Even, I don't know, I guess I liked Pixar before it became Disney, but then as soon as it became Disney, it seems like they kind of just took on the whole Disney thing, agenda. It's mainly the Disney agenda that I'm not a fan of. Everything's always hyper personal, hyper identity politics and stuff. It's just super in your face, and it's really offensive and gross. It's really gross to watch. I find it very unappealing. They don't just make entertaining fun stories anymore. They always have to be political. It's very, very gross. Yuck. Ew. Don't like it. Okay, so Pixar was great until I think maybe Finding Nemo. I think I liked Finding Nemo. I don't remember I don't know remember what order the movies were released in, but I liked most of the Pixar stuff. I liked Wall-E. I thought that was pretty good. Um, can't think of any of the later ones at the moment, but probably because they're forgettable. All right, I'm just going to leave this board here since I actually found it here. There's a lot of trash here because people bring stuff to shoot guns at. I haven't even seen the latest ones. I think I saw the first Inside and Out. It was very forgettable. I actually can't remember a single thing that happened in that movie. I didn't see the second one, and there's a bunch of stuff I didn't see. Hey, Jansger, what have you not seen movies the last decade? But apparently, Minions is what it is about. Oh yeah, Minions wasn't Pixar though, was it? That was some other company. I did see. I think I saw the first two Minions. They were, not Minions. What's the name of the the movie of the guy, the villain guy that has the minions. Anyway, whatever the name of those movies are, I saw those. DreamWorks, yeah. Are you in the U.S.? Yeah, it's in the U.S. Yep, I'm on the West Coast of the U.S. All right, let me grab my stuff. I'm gonna throw it in the car, and then I'm gonna go look for something that I think I left here, and then I will call the stream done. I'm going since pretty early this morning. So. All right. Sorry, the angle might not be ideal. I'm carrying like massive stuff. View is insanely good. Yeah. I never know what to say. Like, thanks, like, because I made the view. But like usually I say something like, "Yep, I agree. It's cool." But I had very little to do with constructing these views, other than just appreciating them and going to see them. Okay, I'm gonna get over this log somehow. And I'll show more of you in just a minute after I get my extra gear in the car. I'll be able to carry my gimbal in a better way. I should have got my little tripod thing out first. Get some credit for finding the view. Yeah, that's true. It's funny because I've come to this area all my life, since I was like probably conscious as a human being. I don't know how long, maybe since I was born, but definitely since I was like 3 or 4 or 5, something like that, I've been coming here. But most of those years I didn't do hiking. I didn't really explore that much, so I was kind of naive about how amazing this place is. And then once I decided to become an adventurer and hiker and stuff, I just haven't stopped since then. But like for most of my life, I didn't really know much about all these places around me, and it took kind of an adventurous spirit to break out of that. And I think a lot of people are like that. Like they don't really, they take for granted just the stuff around them, and they maybe aren't even aware of all the stuff. But if like even when I lived in like Portland, I used to live in the city. For most of my life, I didn't go exploring, and then like in the last 10 years or so, I just started exploring everything, and I found so many cool things in the city, mainly like parks and beautiful outdoor things. There's a lot of that stuff there that I didn't really do. Like there's this giant, I think it's like the biggest park, I think it might be the biggest park in the United States that's within the city limits. It's called Forest Park. It's really huge. I went there and explored all the trails and did all sorts of stuff like that. But prior to that discovery, I just didn't even know. It's amazing what you can see if you start looking. Yeah, so like that's what it's all about. Like you just have to get curious or interested to find stuff, and you just realize there's a lot more around you than you just took for granted or just didn't even know before. Sorry, I'm just trying to find I have a little tripod thing in here. Hopefully, usually have it. Once I find that, I'll be on my way. Dropped a million things. Okay. Alrighty. battery. Probably don't really need this battery bank because I'm not going to be streaming much longer, but may as well do it right. Probably take this jacket off too. It's getting quite warm with the sunshine. This should be relatively quick, but I'll definitely show off the view over here while I'm there. I'm just going to go over there long enough to try to find my couple bags or cases, I don't know what to call them, for my equipment that I apparently left here last time. And then once I find that, I'll head out. Actually forgot that this gimbal had its own little tripod on it. It's really wimpy though. That's why it was so close to the ground. It's like incredibly short and not very practical. But I have a longer selfie stick and tripod thing that I use. All right, there we go. I'm ready. Okay, so I was meaning, I didn't want to have a spoiler by showing this, but I think I've actually maybe shown this before anyway, but there's this really cool cross on the edge of this. And I'm going to eventually do some Bible readings over here, but I kind of wanted to wait until I get to the crucifixion story, and then I'll come over here and do some readings by this cross. But yeah, then got this awesome view out here. I'm just going to walk around the edge of this thing because somewhere, I don't even know where, but somewhere along the way, last time I was here, I dropped some stuff. Preview, did you put the cross up? No, I don't know who did that. It's cool though. It's in a really awesome spot. But yeah, it'll probably won't be too long before I get there on the reading because I'm going through the Gospels now, and I kind of wish they were longer. Like I remember last year when I did the Bible readings, I was disappointed when the Gospels were over. I was like, no. That's my favorite, kind of my favorite part. Ah, look at that. Right there. Oh man, I wasn't even paying attention. I wasn't even looking for that. That's one of the things I'm looking for. It's a case for my tripod. And somewhere I should be paying more attention because I might have already missed the other thing. There's another case for my little collapsible chair. So yeah, okay. Keep an eye out. That's crazy. So it's not that I left it there. I was actually carrying it, and it must have I think I was carrying all my stuff not in my backpack. In other words, like all out and hanging out. So it probably just caught on a branch of one of these bushes, and yeah, that's crazy. I did not expect to see that there. That was very weird. Either that, or I did actually leave it where I was streaming, and somebody picked it up and put it on that bush. I don't know. It's weird. It's not what I was expecting. Oh, there it is. Look, there's the other thing. Okay, that was a lot faster and easier than I thought it would be. I thought I'd be searching and walking around a lot longer. There is the other one. Super cool. I'm glad they're still here. It'd be a shame to lose these things. There it is. So it must have just, I was probably carrying it and it got pulled off. It's amazing that I didn't notice that though. Wow. Even this piece of paper is even mine. I remember I have some notes from my scriptures that I was reading. It's crazy. I can't believe that's still there. So this is apparently the spot where I dropped everything, and Somehow I didn't notice that I dropped it. That's crazy. But yeah, since I'm here, I'm gonna walk around a little bit just to show the view, and then I'll get out of here. But yeah, these branches are very pokey. You can see how they might like grab, like they're currently like grabbing on the cord, the cable to my gimbal and stuff. So that's probably what happened. I was just carrying way too much stuff, and I'm amazed that I didn't notice that I dropped that stuff. It's totally not like me to have that kind of thing happen, but oh well, I guess it was meant to be. I actually don't think really anything happens by complete chance. I think there's a reason for stuff. So I guess I was supposed to be here again today for whatever reason. These flowers are pretty cool though. When I was here last time, I streamed close to these flowers. And if it wasn't getting kind of late in the morning already, I would probably do another Bible reading up here. But I think I've done enough today. Anyway, here's the view for you again. The flowers included in the foreground. You can get some pretty cool photos up here if you're a good photographer. I'm kind of average. I'm not that good at it, so but I recognize a good angle on occasion. I like to take photos of my hikes and stuff just so I have something to remember the fact that I was there, but I don't spend a lot of time like framing my shots and doing all the fancy camera settings and stuff. But yeah, this is what they call a cinder pit. So it's actually a volcano, but they what do you call it? I can't never have such a bad vocabulary. I can't think of the words. They excavate the side of the volcano, and I don't know exactly what they look for, but they definitely harvest this red lava rock, and they use that to like pave roads and primarily gravel roads, but they also actually make asphalt out of it sometimes, red asphalt and whatever. But yeah, they especially use it in the winter, like when there's snow and ice on the road, they throw the gravel on there to give traction and stuff. But yeah, I don't know what else they use that stuff for. If there's any, I don't think there's any value to it other than just being useful. For all I know, there could be some mining aspect to it, like maybe there's other minerals that have value in the same area. I don't know. I'm not really very knowledgeable about that stuff, but anyway. But yeah, I'll walk around this, I guess, while I'm here, but then I'll be on my way. I don't think I actually walked up this tallest mound the last time I was here. I'll do that just for fun. But yeah, going back to that, I get partial credit for finding the views. I've been doing a lot of that this last, I think, well, I guess technically 9 years, because I started, I think it was 2016, the year after I quit my programming job. I started hiking a lot more, and I got a job where I was working from like, I don't remember, I think it was like 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. or something, and I got off kind of early, so I had time to, especially in the summer, I had time to get outdoors to places and hike. before it got dark. So yeah, that year I did a ton of hiking, and ever since that, basically what happened is I decided I'm tired of waiting for my friends to be available, because I only had like one friend at the time that liked to hike, and he was very busy. Um, and so I had no one to go with. And in the past, I always felt like I should have somebody to go with on the hike or whatever. But then that year, I decided, you know what? Forget this. I'm just going to go by myself. Um, and so ever since I made that decision, I've been hiking like a lot more. Um, like it used to be, like if I went on 10 hikes a year, that would feel like, wow, I went on a lot of hikes this year. And a lot of people, that sounds like a good amount. But now if I don't do 100 hikes a year, I feel disappointed. It's like, um, that's kind of my baseline goal. And one year, I think it was 2021 or 2022, I don't know, just a few years ago, I broke my all-time record, went crazy. It was kind of during the COVID years where there wasn't a lot to do anyway, and so I decided, forget this. I'm not going to just stay at home all day. Like I got to get out, and so I think I did 208 hikes that year, something like that. It was a lot, and I don't think I'll ever do that many again. Like I would if I could. Honestly, I would hike every single day if I had my way. It's literally my favorite thing to do. But life has responsibilities, and if I want to change that situation I was talking about earlier, where I'm kind of my parents dependent right now because I don't have a job and they're helping me out, if I want that to change, I need to put my energy toward something that will, provide a future for myself. So that's what I've been trying to do. It's mainly mental. Like I can't get my brain to work in certain areas. It's mostly like marketing junk. I hate marketing now, even though I used to be on a marketing team, and that was what I did for my work. I just can't do it anymore. And so I've been struggling with just like making a website, making flyers to send out, and strategize all that business junk. It's all just mental crap that I'm dealing with. I just have to get over it and make it happen. But it's easier said than done. Hey, Boomer, welcome back. Had lunch and work meeting. Nice. Yeah, I'm not too far away from ending the stream. I left these up here last time I was streaming up here, and I found them just hanging off the side of these scraggly bush things. And that's actually the whole reason I came up here, is because I thought I might have left these up here because I couldn't find them at home. And yep, there they are. So, I missed it. What are you trying to advertise? Oh, just the business that I'm trying to start, the small business. I'm just really struggling with motivation, and I'm still burnt out from that kind of activity. So it feels like my brain just broke. Like whenever I try to do anything like graphic design or layout or like wording for different things, all that stuff, I just can't do it for some reason. Even though I have this, technically those skills are in my brain somewhere. I just, it's almost like I can't do it. I can't make my skills function. It's weird. We can talk offline if it's a secret. Yeah, I can't. I can. I can probably share. It's very confidential because just the whole on streaming online world of safety and trolls and crap. I don't talk about it, but I could probably share in private sometime, possibly. But yep. But yeah, it's my dad has done that business as his career, and so he can teach me the stuff that I need to do it. It's just and it's not profitable. Like I won't be rich, but doing it. It's just that he supported our family over the years. It was enough. And so I feel like I can try it, try to do what he did, basically. So But unfortunately, everything's changing. The world is evolving, as far as like how humans treat each other and do business, and technology and its part and everything. Everything's changing so fast. I'm a little bit. Even my dad mentioned stuff like, "Oh man, I'm glad I'm not doing this. I'm going to be doing this much longer because this, stuff is changing, and I don't even know how to do something." That's not what I want to hear, but he's just being honest, and I totally get it. So I don't know. It's going to be hard. It's not going to freedoms that I wouldn't have if I just worked for somebody else. Because if you work for a company, they kind of you're kind of stuck to play the game by the top of their company are the ones really benefiting, and you just get scraps from their table, kind of a thing. And I don't know. It's just I really like the idea of owning a business. It in some ways I would be a slave to my own business though. Like my dad, for example, pretty much never took any vacations because if he left, his business, then his customers would be, screaming at him. So there's positives and negatives. I don't know if the positives of one outweigh the negatives of another. I have no idea. We'll find out if I end up doing it. But yeah, in theory, it should pay the bills. Theoretically, just barely though. Like I said, my dad was never super wealthy. Not even wealthy. Like we were never wealthy. In fact, we were all always uh, lower middle class at best, and just had enough to scrape by. But the thing is, like, um, I don't need much money because I don't have a family, and that could change, but I kind of doubt it. So even if I didn't make very much money, I'm just one person, so I don't need to make much money really. So that's the way I look at it. You can't take a true vacation when you work for yourself. I did it for 1 year. Every time I took time off, I felt it because I couldn't bill the hours. Yeah, totally. And also, if you're, doing some kind of service-based industry or whatever, where, you know, if you take a vacation, your customers will just go somewhere else. They'll find somebody else to fill the need for, just even if it's just for that time that you're on vacation, and then if they like that competitor enough, then they won't bother to come back. So it's just one of those weighing of risks and so on. So anyway, okay, I was going to go around this way just to finish the loop and then end the stream. So I guess I'll finish that little circle and then head home. But yeah, I don't know. I had so much. I didn't really enjoy the whole office politics and stuff either. Like I can't, because of the burnout experience. I'm not sure I'd do well going back into the. I'm sure I could if I had to, but it's not even if I had to. It's like I tried, actually applied for a bunch of jobs I just couldn't get. Nobody would hire me for some reason. Once you're not employed for long enough, no one will hire you just because you don't have any recent work experience. I have a really good resume, but it's all from like several years ago now. All my best. Literally just erase that from your resume in their minds. Like if it's not recent, they don't care. And it's really annoying. Is what it is. So I'm hoping the small business thing works. Hope for the best. Oh, just heading back to the car and then I'll be on my way. hoping I could actually live stream this, but I've been debating. I probably won't, but I have to make this huge cement form thing starting this afternoon. It might take me all week. I don't know. It'll take a few days probably. I could live stream that, but I probably won't. Just need to get it done. And I have this other carpentry job thing that I have to do, or to fix something that broke. I'll probably live stream that though, because that's more the kind of stuff I've been live streaming last year and whatever. I'll just get one last view over here and then I'll be on my way. It's the same view as before, but yep. Alrighty. Well, thanks everybody for joining me. I will catch y'all later. I might continue this trend of early morning Bible readings if I can make the schedule, my waking hours, sensible, because I can't really do the outdoor work early in the morning without disturbing my neighbors anyway. So if I'm awake early, I'll come out here and do this stuff and then get on with things when the daylight comes up. But, yep, I'll see you around, Boomer. Thanks everybody. I'll catch you all next time.